Good evening, members of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. How's everybody doing this evening? I'm your host here for Werewolf Wednesday on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. For those who follow on Restream, YouTube, Facebook, and for those who follow my show with TikToks under HCS895. How's everybody doing this evening? I hope everybody's doing well. And welcome I'm your host, HCS. Welcome to Werewolf Wednesday, which will be we share reels, talk about encounters, and we share videos and short reels, short reels, pictures and short reels, brothers and sisters. How you doing, Zan? So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna share this over to some of the groups I share on Facebook. There we go. I'll share it out, brothers and sisters. Who we got here? We got brother Andres Carizales, brother Lerny, Primaso, Werewolf Wednesday. Yes, sir. Werewolf Wednesday. I'll have a special reel for y'all. Special reel of cousin Jesse that I want to play. Once I get a couple of people is dealing with the encounter that he's shared numerous times right here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. So I created a uh, a video of cousin Jesse sharing a story. Of course, there's so in the archives of Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. You said that story numerous times. People ask questions, and there's other videos that I can create this. So I created uh, a video out of respect for my cousin Jesse. No, he hasn't been here in a while. Uh, what he's going through. So I created a video of him sharing his story. Uh, I think I placed it earlier on the videos, and a lot of people seen it. Uh, it was just me paying homage to my cousin to let him know that we ain't forgotten about him. Sometimes we have to distant ourselves in order for somebody to find it within them to dig deep and to be able to overcome what they're going through. I know that's what I had to do numerous times throughout my life. Dig deep. When I had the blood clot in on my left leg, I really kept to myself. Never told nothing to nobody what I was going through. So I had to dig deep within myself to bring my vessel back to par. And I know cousin Jesse, he's he's got it within him to do that. He's a very strong person, spiritually, physically, and mentally. How you doing, Juan Avila? So for those that have never heard cousin Jesse's story, uh, we're gonna play it here tonight. I'm gonna start off the show with a banger. I'm gonna start off the show with cousin Jesse uh, saying his story, and I'm gonna play it in a few. I'm just trying to see who's gonna be here. There's Beyond the Box. And Werewolf Wednesday is cousin Jesse's best night of the week because, as you can see here, I got a shirt on with a werewolf. Let me see. I can light it up so y'all can see it better. There we go. I got the shirt here for Werewolf Wednesday. Uh, yes. So this Werewolf Wednesday, I want to pay my respects of my cousin because she's been part of the spiritual and cryptid encounters. He's been with me for a while. Been my co-host, my wingman, whatever you want to call him. Uh, so out of respect, we're going to play his story here on spiritual encrypted encounters. It's not the same. I mean, I can share pictures, I can share short reels, but it's not the same when cousin Jesse is not here uh, sharing his story. So thank you, sister Lisa. So uh, yeah, my brother was speaking to me, my brother, and they say, hey, how come you just don't create a short reel, a reel of cousin Jesse sharing his story? And he said, you know what? I can do that because he's said his story numerous times. So that's what I did. I created the video of cousin Jesse saying the story, in which I'm going to share it here in a moment. I'm just trying to wait to get a little bit more people before I share it. I see he's here right now, cousin Jesse. So yes, I think it was a pretty good video of him sharing his story of the encounter he had. So that's what I want to start off. There's as my bro. So it was his idea because I just slept all day. So when he come and say, hey, how come we just don't do this? I said, you know what, that's a good idea. No, yeah, I figure that people sometimes they watch the replays and stuff like that, but sometimes we have to get to the parts that are important. And I think Jesse's story, cousin Jesse's story, is important. That's why I created a video. You know, it's something that he experienced that he went through. And of course, I shared it. Maybe I don't know how long ago I shared it. It's been like 2 hours that I shared it. It's on Spiritual Encrypted Encounters on YouTube and on various groups that I shared it to. I seen Cousin just here, so I'm fixing to start it up. We got 26 viewers. If we can hit 30, and I can get them thumbs up if y'all want to hear the story. I'm trying to get it a couple of more viewers before I start the story. But let me share it. Well, no, I'm just gonna go to YouTube. That's where I got it at. Let me see if I can find it. Okay. There it is, right there. I found it, y'all. We got one thumbs up right there by Sister Wendy Romero. Yeah, you got Neva's Angel in the house. I know a lot. Everybody misses Primo Jesse. Uh, they miss his sense of humor, his personality. We all miss him, uh, and that's why I created this because of him. You know, he's been there by my side, going through before even spiritual encrypted encounters. It was there for me when I was younger, in our teenage years, when I was going through what I was going through when I lost my mother. He stood by my side, uh, even then when the enemy was coming to try to attack the family when I was 16 years old. Uh, Cousin Jesse stood firmly by my side. Uh, so that's why I created this video, because that's my familia, my blood. He's been there for me, and this is the least I could do. You know, being in the military, gone, and I went up where I'm at right now. So here you go. We got almost 30 viewers. So I'm going to start the show. If y'all ready for this, brothers and sisters. Yeah, there's a lot of people that attack this channel. I mean, we're the late night show, and of course, we get attacked not just by, we get targeted because when it's nighttime here, it's daytime on the other side of the world. So we also get attacked by people that don't believe in Jesus Christ because it's against their religion. So yeah, we get attacked in many ways, but that's okay. That's why, so long we continue to do the show and continue to get the support from the viewers. And a shout out to Paranormal Roundtable, Brother Josh Turner, Sister Nellie Turner. Continuous prayers for you to continue to heal from what you're going through. But continuous prayers for Sister Nellie Turner, Brother Josh Turner, and the whole family over there. Good peoples. No, there's people that continue to attack them. You know, Spiritual warfare is very real, brothers and sisters, and that's how it is sometimes. People try to get you. Let me fix this lighting here. Uh, People try to get you when you're down, right? And that's the way it is sometimes. I don't know if the lighting's too bright or too low. Yeah, sometimes people try to get you down when you're going through something, uh, but that's okay because God doesn't like dirty people that do people dirty or say negative things. Like for example, certain individual, I'll call him the creeper, the creeper. I remember Brother Just Turner, Sister Nellie Turner. They're good peoples, man. Because I've seen them have wars with people, but at the end, they're trying to make the best of things. Like trying to make peace with people and stuff like that because they don't want to be in war with anybody. Uh, they want peace, but then people come at them in a negative way. Because they take their kindness for granted. Their kindness, that they want to take advantage of their kindness. Uh, they try to BS them. Uh, Try to BS them like, hey, don't associate with don't associate with spiritual encrypted encounters because that guy's a bad guy. He's given us boys in the crypto community a bad reputation. Stop associating with them. I got a message for those people that say that kind of stuff. A girl parent come and tell me to stop associating with anybody, and see what I tell you. Yeah, it's just people, man. People are strange. You put people in prayer. I even prayed for the certain individual that attacked them because I see them put them in prayer. It's like, yeah, I'm going to follow suit. They're putting them in prayer because they're supposedly in the hospital, very sick and all this. And next thing you know, this dude supposedly gets better like 2 3 months later, and then he starts talking bad about them, even though they put him in prayer, right? And then Sister Nellie's in a situation she's in, and then they want to say something negative about her. It's just ridiculous. The people that old, they're not going to change their ways. They're going to continue to be the a-hole that they are. And you know who I'm talking about, Barton Nunley. Uh, if you remember correctly, when you and your lady was in the hospital, when you want to talk about 7 times fold, I believe you were coming up against me, saying all kinds of things, and look what happened to you and your lady. It's not dealing with me. It's not dealing with me. I didn't do nothing to you. That's between you and the Heavenly Father, Jesus Christ, because He's my protector, my avenger. But we're supposed to pray even for our enemies. It's written biblically. That's what we're supposed to do. But in spite of all that, uh, my advice to the Turners is do your thing. Disassociate yourselves from this piece of crap guy and the people he's affiliated with. Scum is going to be scum. Uh, Coal is going to be coal. No matter how much you polish it, you're not going to get a diamond out of it. You know. Yeah, basically what I'm saying is what an asshole. But besides that, I just had to put it out there. Um, no, spiritual warfare is very real. But when you put people in prayer, in true faith and believe in Jesus Christ, He will make things happen. That's right. Uh, that's what they do. You know, he's an old man. First of all, he's an old man. Uh, he's not going to man up to Brother Josh Turner any kind of way, just like he would have man up against me, because I'll teach him a lesson of a lifetime. First of all, he's too old, so he shouldn't be talking crap if he can't back it up, right? Like those kind of people, they like to insult or they think they're freaking bad. I just knock them off their high horse. Bottom line, right? I know he insulted me a long time ago, and I've forgotten what he said. But like I said, he won't man up. He won't man up as a man, But besides that, he ain't worth my time or nobody's time. He's just worthless. Uh, he'll get his eventually, right? That's what always happens to people like that. Karma. But besides that, brothers and sisters, here we go. I'm fixing to start this live. I'm going to begin it with this is in honor to my cousin Jesse. He's going through a lot right now. Where is doing better, to my understanding, doing rehab and stuff like that. Uh, I'm going to play this video in honor of him. I just want to say, cousin Jesse, Everybody here in Spiritual Encrypted Encounters, we keep you in prayer and we love you, man. We all love you. We ain't forgotten about you. You're always here. Your name always pops up in the chat, man. Nobody's forgotten about you. We're just waiting for you to get better, and that's why I created this video in honor of you, which is the story of what he went through, brothers and sisters, dealing with a werewolf, dog man, whatever you want to call it. So let's play it. We're playing it, brothers and sisters. Here we go. It's for Primo Jesse. Primo. Okay. Okay.
I went to
Here, I'll give you the platform real quick.
all right, man. Let me go into my encounter. Yeah, Richard, back in 2018, man, I went to Faro, Mississippi for the first time I ever went to Mississippi to work in a cotton gin, the Faro gin. And I'm not sure, Scott Baker, if that would work, but we were working in the shift that was from 7 at night to 7 in the morning. Richard, it was a 12-hour shift. We were working seven-day shifts. And over there, when you go work, there is no break time, no time to sit down and eat lunch. You have to work your 12 hours while you're there. If you have time to eat, you're lucky. And one night, it was like 3 in the morning. I was on top of the feeder, which was outside in the weather. And I remember it was cold as hell out there, man. And I just happened to I had my back to the gym, and I turned and faced to the right, and I saw the biggest, brownest thing I'd ever seen. I mean, it had a very muscular build, and really long and big arms, and it had the face of a dog, man. It looked like a big walking dog with a big built frame, and the legs were like a dog's legs, man. They went this way and then back down like that. And I jumped off the peter because there at the plant they had living quarters off to one side where there was houses and trailer houses, and children were asleep back there. The migrant children, they were still going to school. The school bus would pick them up in the morning. And I ran into the cotton gin and I told the head janitor, "Hey man, I just saw something and you need to see this." So they turned off the whole gin, because if you turn off the feeder, the gin stops, because the gin is the feeder is what feeds the entire system in there. And he he stepped out, and a lot of people stepped out with him, and we saw it go into the seed storage. It was a warehouse that was like 100, no, yeah, about 100 yards away from the gin. Uh, all the seed was sent over there through a pipe, and we saw it go in there, and then it came back out, and they saw it, and they all ran and got into a couple of trucks, and they were chasing it, and it was like phasing. It would like run, and then it was like a little like a glitch, and it would show up again, and it would run, and it would be like a glitch, and then it would show up again, and they were chasing it in the trucks, and then it ran across the highway into a field of cotton, and they followed it, chasing it through the field. And I was the only one running. I was the only one running on foot, and all I had was my box cutter on me, man. And as I'm running through the darkest part of the property, all my senses went off. My hair stood up on the back of my head. My arms, the hair on my arms stood up, and I looked to the right, and it was standing by a cotton module, man. You know those cotton modules, they're maybe 8 to 10 feet tall. And this thing, just the chest of it was higher than the top of the module, and then it had a neck and of course the head. It had red eyes, man. And yeah, Scott, it's called the demonic hour. At 3 in the morning to 6 in the morning, it's the demonic hour, Scott. And like I said, it had red eyes. So I turned to face it and I started walking toward it. And like I said, all I had was my box cutter on me, and I was walking toward it, and I never broke eye contact with it. And while I was walking toward it, it was like sinking into the earth. And when I got like 5 to 6 feet from it, I stopped to look at it, and then it blinked. And after it blinked, there was a puff of smoke, and it disappeared, and then it smelled like rotten eggs, man. So yeah, that's the story, Mr. Richards. But yeah, I believe that if I hadn't detected it and would have kept running, it probably would have attacked me from behind. But like I said, I turned to face it and didn't lose eye contact from it. No, Scott, red eyes. When anything has red eyes, Scott, it's usually demonic. You're welcome, Richard. There's something that's ingrained in my mind that I'll never forget, man. But hey, I swear I didn't cry. Dick, when we left that year for Mississippi, man, a couple of days before, I had seen a she wolf in a clearing down on the side of the house. There was like a little patch of woods. There was a little creek that ran through there on the side of the graveyard that was where our house was located, and that thing followed us from Mississippi all the way to Texarkana, man. We lost it in a rainstorm, but it was keeping up with the vehicle we were in. We were doing like 80 miles an hour, and it was just keeping up. It kept up almost the whole night, man, till we hit a rainstorm and we lost it. We lost it in a rainstorm, but it was keeping up with the vehicle we were in. We were doing like 80 miles an hour, and it was just keeping up. It kept up almost the whole night, man, till we hit a rainstorm and we lost it.
There you go, brothers and sisters. It was a cousin, one of cousin Jesse's stories of what he encountered that night. And what I'll do, like try to do one for every Werewolf Wednesday, is look into the past of when he's spoken of, which he's got. There's some that are longer because it describes what the people were doing and stuff like that. I just need to create the videos. Yes, it was like one of his last Werewolf Wednesdays, I think. One of the last Werewolf Wednesdays where he shared the story of the encounter. It was a quick version of it. We'll look to when he originally shared the story because that time We spoke about all kinds of things. I just need to download that video and share that version, which is a longer version because he talks about uh, all kinds of things. Let me see if I can find his favorite werewolf. Let me see if I can find him. Oh yeah, I found him. And of course, we're gonna have Werewolf Wednesday without a certain werewolf that is kind of like the mascot for spiritual encrypted encounters. And I'm fixing to share him. It's one of cousin Jesse's favorite one. He's here we go. Let's share him. There it is. Yeah, the old cocaine werewolf. As see, it's trying to steal my spotlight. This cocaine werewolf. How do you like it there on the right side? There we go. There it is. So I can see it better. A cocaine werewolf. We can't do a werewolf Wednesday without the cocaine werewolf now. You see the nose, brothers and sisters? Yeah. I think the cocaine werewolf was probably new cousin Jesse back then. He was probably looking for him. He's like, hey, hook me up with another bossa, man. This is like in cocaine werewolf. I think I captured this image around 2015. This one here, around 2015, I captured this image of the cocaine werewolf. Your cousin Jesse, you want to jump on and say hi to the people? I'll drop a link for your cousin just to say hi real quick if you want to. You want to say hi, just to say hi? I'll drop a link for you, primo. Drop in a link here for you. If you want to just jump on and just say hi, even if you just use your voice, just to say hi to everybody that misses you, man. There we go. That link is for cousin Jesse. There he is.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
Hello, primo.
How you doing, man?
Alrighty, cousin.
I see you got cocaine werewolf on.
Yeah. Yeah, man, you can't be a werewolf Wednesday with a cocaine werewolf. Or
Yeah,
so it hasn't been the same with you, because I like when you share your story, man.
well, you know how it is, man. I can't stop my right arm from shaking, but I got to the point where I'm walking outside. So I'll be
Hmm.
walking outside tomorrow. Hopefully that leads to a cane, and I won't have to do the damn walker anymore, man. I'm up to like I can go outside and I can go to my brother's fence, but I plan to be by on the corner by Friday.
That's
Oh
good,
man,
that's good, cousin. That you're doing better, man. I know it's within you. You're not a quitter, man. You've always been a
no.
fighter, cuz.
I need two bolts on the white truck and oil. I have the oil. I just need to put the two bolts in the back to keep the tail from moving sideways on me. And we'll see if it works. The blue truck works fine. They're about to come get it. My son is supposed to come get it. What's going on, Jeremy?
That's good, primo.
Yeah, I'm getting rid of these trucks. I'm trying, beyond the box. I'm trying to kick that butt, but I'm a one-legged man in an ass kicking contest.
Oh man. uh, well, man. You know how we used to train back in the day. That's why I implemented, man. I implemented like different scenarios. Like if I was injured, to train to be like how to fight if I'm injured, if my one of my arms is not working, if one of my legs is not working. So you implement that and you train that way, right? It's just I'm glad that you're doing better, and I know you're gonna get stronger because it's within you, cuz.
Yeah, yeah. I can't throw a punch. I can throw a left-handed punch real good, but my right hand and my right leg they don't help me stand. My right arm it does what it wants, but it's under training, so it should stop here soon.
You just yeah, I believe you'll get better, cousin. It's within you, man.
Well, I hope that this transmission gets put out and that everybody hears that I'm doing well. I'll be back soon. I'm gonna go ahead and go to sleep. I have a physical therapy in the morning and OT therapy in the afternoon tomorrow and Friday.
Alrighty, cousin. Well, thank you for jumping on and just saying hi. There you go, folks. Cousin Jesse, uh, sending his love to y'all, just like y'all been sending the love to him. He's a fighter, and he's gonna continue to do what he has to do to get back on track. Thank
Just
you,
not
Primo,
just,
for jumping
just
on, man. I hope you like that video that I placed.
yeah. I love that video, man. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm gonna cut another one, man. The one where you say a longer version of it, where they got the trucks and the people. That's why I'm trying to look for that one. We're talking about how the people are freaking out and they're chasing it through the labor.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I just got to
All right,
look to which one it is.
all right, man. Peace out, yo.
All right, cousin. God bless you. Love you, man. There's all the comments. Uh, There you go. So who else we got here besides the cocaine werewolf brother and sisters? See what other picture are. Here's I believe this is the cocaine werewolf also, but let me see a different version of him. There he is. There's the face, the eyes, the nose, and he's wearing a necklace. Looks like teeth around his neck. I believe that one right there. I believe the cocaine werewolf is a shapeshifter skinwalker from Central Texas. Because I've caught him before. I got another picture of it, but yeah, check it out. There he is right there. He was on top of a tree there. This is on top of a tree, or he's tall as a tree. Then here it is again. You can see the ear, you can see the face, and you can see her like a necklace. It looks like teeth. There's another picture that was kind of distorted, which I believe that's the same one. And he's got the teeth here around his neck, but it looks a little bit distorted. But I believe it's the same one with the neck because he's got the teeth around his neck, which is this one. You can see the teeth around his neck, but the one that is popular will be the cocaine werewolf. There we go. But I believe it could be the same one or it could be a different one. But those are the shapeshifter skinwalkers of Central Texas. Okay, let me go to the comments here. Yeah, I have all kinds of pictures, brother and sisters here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Let me see what else I got here for y'all. I think I'm gonna have a picture. Check it out. See that picture right there? Cocaine werewolf is in this picture. Cocaine werewolf is up here. Here's where he's at. Either he's on top of a tree or he's that tall, one of the two. Because there's another one standing right here, probably like around a 12-footer. So either he's on top of a tree or he is tall as a tree. But there he is right here. There's the original picture. It's like in 2015 of the cocaine werewolf. I'll leave it. There's other ones here too. If you look there's one here. There's something here. The one that's standing here, but cocaine werewolf is up here. I'll leave that picture up there so y'all can check it out. Let me make it bigger for y'all. Let me make it big. There we go. So y'all can check it out. Beyond the Box says, I want to move. I do not want to live with them. So that's the original picture of the path of Elms Grove. For those that don't know, that's where I had my encounter in Elms Grove. when I got surrounded by six of them. They were standing three on each side of the path at nighttime, like around 3 in the morning. It was like three something in the morning. I think by the time I got home, it was like 3:35, 3:40, somewhere around there. But I was inside the woods with six of them that I got surrounded in the woods. All right. There we go. Let me put this back on there. The only thing I have to say, brothers and sisters, when you go through something, it's something that's with you daily, right? Especially if you were being attacked spiritually, physically. Your house was being attacked where the doors were freaking caved in, where they messed up where the bolt went in. Your sliding doors messed up. Your screen windows are ripped off because something is trying to come into your home to try to get your pets. I had a chihuahua and two cats, and something kept on ripping my screen windows. Um, I'm going to talk about some of the activity that was there. You could hear something running on top of the roof, where it's so heavy that the sheet metal is bending. It's literally bending because you could hear it boom, boom, where something is running on top of the roof, and then whatever it is jumps off because it's heavy. So I will go the following day to look to see what's going on, and you can see where there's dents where something heavy would run on top of the roof. I had a mobile home, a single wide, and that's what would happen. Some of the other things that was a matter with it is the very top of it, which is probably like 15, 16 feet tall, had dents where something was hitting the top of the mobile home, like literally dents where something caved in the top of the mobile home. Like the sheet metal was bent inward. I think I have a picture somewhere of how this sheet metal was caved in, But yeah, a lot of things of that nature would happen. Urination. It will be urination on the sliding door, on the front door, urination on the vehicles. There'll be spots around the mobile home there where there's something urinated there, like it's marking its territory. Um, Other things that we will find besides around our home will be shredded bamboo stick at the park, where this bamboo sticks wasn't even in the park. The bamboo stick was nearby the creek, and there'll be a picnic table where there'll be nothing but shredded bamboo. Sometimes the trees will be missing bark, where I guess something will go and scratch itself or something. But yeah, missing bark on the trees, shredded bamboo. Um, Sometimes I will run into tails of cats and tails of dogs. Just the tails, no body, just the tails. Whether it was in the park, which I would find them all the time, or outside on the road that I will go do my exercise, I will find it's kind of like they will place dead animals in my path while I'm walking. It's like they knew where I would do my exercise. So I don't know if they were placing it there as like, look what I got for you, or something of that nature. But yeah, there was always placing dead animals in the path that I will walk, like for exercise. There's Sister Madeline. How you doing? Trying to catch up with the comments, brothers and sisters. Sister Beyond the Box, she knows of Elms Grove because she has a friend in Elms Grove. Uh, I'll drop another link, Sister Brenda, if you want to talk about what you sensed, because I know you're spiritually gifted and you've been into that area. Uh, I'm more sure you sensed something in that area because you had a friend that lived there, I believe. There we go. I'll drop the link there. If you want to jump on, and we can talk about some of the things there. And of course, I got short reels and pictures of that area. You know, how you doing, Juan Avila, Sister Monisha Moxley? How you doing? But if you're busy, I understand. I know we had a late night last night. I think we had a like a 6 hour show or something like that last night. Let me see if I can share another picture of something. There you go. How you doing, Sister
Oh,
Brenda?
hi, Abe. How are you? Oh, I'm doing all right. How are you doing? Boy, it was good to see or hear Jesse.
Yeah, yeah. I placed a video earlier, and I think people thought that cousin Jesse made the video, but if y'all read the title, I placed "We Miss You, Cousin Jesse," or "Miss You,
Yeah,
Cousin Jesse."
I seen it, and for a minute there, I thought you were live, so I clicked on it, and Jesse was. It took me a few minutes to realize that it was like a just a portion of it. I even left a message. Oh, you guys went live early. I missed it.
Yeah,
I was like, wow. But yeah, Elms Grove is not a place I would want to live. Yeah, I live too close to it now, still to this day. Um, there's a lot of activity there over by the park itself, uh,
oh,
across the street by the clubs, behind the clubs. I've had problems with things growling when I get out of my car. um, yeah, and in the park itself, um, I never heard the kids say anything about it, so that's probably a good thing. That means that they weren't, you know, getting in there. But I
yeah. There
was,
was a couple of kids, like my son's girlfriend when she was like around 16. She was playing on the swings, and she came running to the house crying, looking for my nephew. And I say, "Are you okay?" And she was saying that a man was calling her into the woods. That there was this man in the path calling her by her name into the path. So we ran that ways, and there was nobody there. But she was crying. You know,
yeah,
uh, of course, what happened to my son and my friend's daughter.
right.
Uh, Maybe one day I'll have her on the show so she can share what happened that day.
And I think
Uh,
we lost quite a few of the kids that lived there. They passed away at young ages for different things. And then
How
there's
many children was this that passed away that you know of?
there was two there, and then um like I said, we have no idea what made Dimitri turn his car around and head back that way when he passed away. So um three, and then there's been several sick. Tottie's one of them.
My niece is one of them too,
Yeah.
with her heart.
Yep. Mm. And she's too young for that.
Yeah, they're too young for that to be sick like that.
Yeah.
Let me see. I know that there was I lost one, two, three, four, five, six neighbors, like within a short period of time. They're all they all had they were all found dead in their bed. Every single one of them, except one. One was found dead on the recliner
I
with a
would
remote in it.
I would say that place is cursed, really.
The land.
Mhm. Yep. Mm-mm. I seen a thing the other day. I guess they were renting a few of the trailers out. I guess people owned them and they moved and they were renting them out. Pretty good deals, but I was like, oh, nope. No thanks.
They were renting them out.
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, they're. I mean, I'll be honest. This park. The people that are running, man. They're robbing from the people that were renting. Um, I know they robbed me for thousands of dollars, literally thousands of dollars. Like they would charge me like a big old water bill because they supply the water.
Right.
So they would charge me with a big old bill of water and sewage every single time. That I was paying thousands and thousands of dollars when it shouldn't be that much. And they'll be laughing about it when they'll be stealing my money.
Well, I
Yeah, they
mean,
were doing some shady shit there.
yeah,
The management from Elms Grove Estates.
I think a lot of places that supply the water, if they're full capacity, then the water bill isn't that much. But when they have empty lots, I think that they divvy that up between other people to pay for whatever water should be there. You know what I mean? Like they
Yes.
and it's wrong for them to do that.
Yeah, they were screwing me out of my money, and I'm like, why do I have to pay this much? Or every time they 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 had something happening at the park with the sewer or whatever, they charge everybody.
Yeah, that's wrong.
They were doing some shady stuff. That's all I can tell you.
Well,
That's why I'm glad I left there.
yeah. And I need to get out of here. Like this place here where I'm at, they don't supply us water, but what we do get charged is, how when you what is it called, they charge us for not the water we use, but like if you're running your sink and the water that goes down the sink, they charge us like that, like we're getting charged for sewage that
Yeah.
but we're not getting charged supposedly for the water because that's included in the rent. So it cost me $38.88 every month for water that runs down my sink or my bath or
Wow.
my shower. Yeah,
That's crazy.
it is. It's nuts. And I don't have, because we keep everything clean. I don't keep anything uncovered. I have a cat and I've got a little dog that if they see anything, spider or what have you, they'll go get it and eat it. But they charge me for pest control every month, and I've lived here 3 years, and I have never let them come in my house and spray. I haven't needed it, so I don't want to put that toxic stuff in the house. I have enough allergy problems, but they
So
charge me
you
every
live?
month for it.
Where do you live, Sister Brenda? Do you live downtown Killeen?
Right now, I live kind of across the street from Colleen High School.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. But yeah, some of these people are wretched. And I've heard that those people over there in Elms Grove, that they they pay too much. They get screwed around a lot, you know.
Yeah, they did that to me a lot. I'm talking about thousands. I'm talking about like I don't know how much, but it was thousands of dollars.
Somebody should
They got off of me.
somebody should charge them for, living in a place that's cursed. They probably have something to do with it, honestly.
I believe so too. When the people that were managing the play, the one of the guys, the guy that was married to the daughter, he was robbing. He was going there with some of his friends from the military, and they were breaking into cars and homes. I caught him, and they didn't do nothing to him.
Wow.
He was walking around with a one of those bolt cutters,
Yeah.
and they were robbing lawnmowers and all kinds of stuff.
Oh my God.
And of course, the management at the time wasn't. Her name was Debbie or Deborah. She wouldn't do nothing to him because that was the husband of her daughter.
And you
So
would think,
they would let him do whatever the hell they wanted to do.
yeah, and you would think with all the darkness that's around there and all of that stuff that maybe something would come out every once in a while and go after the people that are doing wrong. I just don't understand. But
Well,
instead,
maybe he did have a stronghold over him, making him do all those things,
maybe,
or it's they were part of something
yeah.
cult like mentality. You know.
I don't know how. I mean, I know that my friend used to say that woman was. I think she was trying not to cuss, so she would say that woman is a witch. I don't know how literal to take that. With all the stuff that goes on around there, I would say, yeah, I could see that. Mm-mm.
Which woman are you talking about? That's a witch.
The manager.
The one that was a manager at the time, Deborah. They
Yeah,
called her Debbie.
yeah, I think that was her.
Yeah, I just got hell from all those managers over there for a very long time,
How long did you live there?
from 2002 all the way to 2015.
Wow, that's a long time.
Yeah, a lot of a lot of I went through a lot of bullshit
Right.
by those people. As it is, I was already dealing with everything else, and then I had to deal with them. It's kind of like it was one bad thing with another.
Did you ever tell them about a lot of the stuff that you experienced there? Did you ever tell them about it? Did they know?
Yeah, I told them about it. A matter of fact, I went over there because they got a camera in front of the building, and I said if I could get the footage because I seen it right in front of the office, and they didn't want to give me the footage.
Oh, wow. They wouldn't even let you see it?
Yeah, they wouldn't even let me see it or nothing because it ran right in front of their office. I'm thinking they knew something's there. You just that their job is to rent out the lots.
Well, it's true.
That's what the job is. And there was always finding something on the tenants. Always trying to charge extra on something. Whether it was your grass, whether it was something wrong with your porch. They're always trying to find things wrong, trying to write you up, charge you extra for this, extra for that. It was ridiculous.
Well, I hope those same people aren't still there.
No, they got fired.
Well,
They got fired. They got fired because they did an investigation, and they got found out of everything that we're doing.
yeah, they were probably all that money they were scamming out of you and everybody else. They were probably
So
putting it in their
they
pocket.
came and put new locks in there, so Debbie couldn't get in there. None of them could get in there. So they changed management and stuff like that. But you know how that goes.
Yeah,
They try to make it look a certain way for certain people. Like, hey, look, we got rid, but look how much money they scammed out of people.
yeah. They didn't.
Who's
They
gonna
didn't pay
reimburse?
right.
Who's gonna reimburse me for all the money they stole from me?
Right. That's bad. Maybe those bad things should have went and got those people. You should have
I don't
told them
know.
to.
I haven't checked up on none of those people, but yeah, there was a lot of shady stuff. You know, uh, there was a woman that would always go into the woods that I would see go in black, and she was always carrying a white orchid with her. Well, I seen her coming out of the woods with a white orchid, and I'm like, where did she get this white orchid?
Yeah.
And I was walking with my son from the pool, and she was hiding behind a tree in the distance, and she picked her head out like this and hid behind the tree. Like, what the hell's the matter with this lady? So I stayed. I said, son, let's stay right here. She came around the tree, went behind another tree, and then she picked out and is looking at us like that. And she had an orchid in her hand all that time. And she passed right in front of us. She's dressed all in black. She lived right by the office. There was this old man named Frank, and she lived, let me see, like one, two, four houses up. She had nothing but flowers around her home. But she came out of the woods dressed all in black with a white orchid. And I'm like, where did she get
Yeah.
this white orchid?
There's no orchids that grow out there. That's weird. Um, had you ever had anything in any kind of encounters like right after she came back from there?
Oh, yeah.
Well, maybe she was in there dredging all that up.
I think she was a witch. It was her. There was another I'm thinking there might have been a lot of brujas there because there was a Puerto Rican lady that she was always burning leaves and talking a different language. And she lived by the other creek, the one that goes to the center of the park. There's a creek.
Hmm.
She lived nearby there, and she was always burning leaves. She was a Puerto Rican lady. Well, that lady right there, she would always come into our house late at night asking for cigarettes. The evening that she came, my sister told her one evening she thought, I don't got no cigarettes. And she said, I'm gonna go to the store. So she cut through the woods, not through the woods where the path is. She went straight through the woods. Next thing you know, we hear something. We go check what's going on. This lady got run over by a semi truck,
Oh my gosh.
got killed.
Oh,
The man, the cops were talking to the man, and the man was saying that the lady just jumped in front of his semi. That she looked like she was running away from something.
oh, wow. Uh, when did that happen? Do you remember what year
I
it
don't know.
was?
When she died, let me see. Either between 2012, 2013, somewhere around there.
I I want to say that I remember that because wasn't it? It was on like what road is that goes in the front of Elms
By the
Grove?
club,
Uh,
that's
Veterans? No, not Veterans,
90,
but 190.
190.
Yeah, Yeah, I remember that there was an accident. There's actually right in front of Elms Grove on 190. I have seen quite a few accidents
Oh
where
yeah.
stuff like that happens.
Oh, we got a werewolf in the house.
We do.
There you go.
Oh.
Yeah, Baker. Yeah, that happened down the road, right there, right in front of. I guess that there's a garage there now, but it happened right down that road, right in front of, right in the center before you get to the bridge.
Yeah,
That's where it happened.
that's pretty bad. Yeah, that's why I said that whole area there, the whole area between the accident, between
And
the oh,
there was this lady when I went to go to the Return of Elms Grove. I, I had a video. There was this lady in there with her children, and she was acting kind of strange. And I was like, "Ma'am, I was there. You know, I didn't live there no more, but I was there." And I told her, I don't think it's a good idea that you be out here or bring your children here because I had an experience with my son." And I just told her something real quick. Well, I heard that there was a lady with like three children because she had like three children that she got run over there by going up that hill, going into Harker Heights.
yeah.
A lady got hit and her children got run over by a vehicle.
Oh, geez. Yeah, that's a dangerous little hill.
Yeah.
Yeah, that whole area just needs to be roped off. And you know the bad thing about it is, if you come in off of 190, um, you look over at the park and it looks real nice, you know. So people they'll go check it out. Well, I don't know.
Yeah, it was a bad. I'm just glad that I moved from there, and being there is like being in a freaking how should I say, like a POW camp,
Yeah,
living in the mobile home park.
your
Uh,
sister doesn't still live there, does she?
no, no, she moved.
Okay.
We all moved out of that area. Uh, the only reason I stayed there for so long is because I was paying for my mobile home. It's effed up that for the longest time they're trying to tell me trying to get rid of me, and I'm like, how you tell me that I could come? How do I sign this grandfather clause with the mobile home place because you and them were in cahoots, and you say that I'm able to stay there as long as I want to, right, within the community to raise my family. But then all of a
Right.
sudden you just want to get rid of me, and it's like to me it was about the money because it costs money to place a mobile home on the property.
Oh yeah.
So to them, it's about making money. More people that come in, they give them a good deposit on the money. Then they kick out, they get some more money off of that, right? And then just keep it going that way. People come and go out of the mobile home park, and they're robbing people out of their money.
Yeah.
That's what I noticed. So I had the grandfather clause, and I said, yeah, you can say whatever you want to say, but I got it right here on a piece of paper. That you can't do this, but I just, I finished paying it, and I got out of there. I left.
Mm.
I left everything behind,
Did you?
but I paid my mobile home,
Right?
but I lost it. I paid it, but I lost it because I didn't have a way to get it out of there.
Yeah, because you got to pay not only to put it in there, you got to pay to move it out.
So they
I think,
waited on they waited on the day that I finished paying my mobile home to hit me up on that day to tell me that I had to move my mobile home. on the day that I paid my final mortgage for it. They didn't give me any time or anything after that.
They didn't say why you had to move your mobile home?
They just, because of the contract, I paid it off.
Now,
Right. It had a grandfather. It had a clause on it. So then they told me I had to move my mobile home.
now, when you buy a mobile home and you have it set in a park like that, I would think that as long as you're paying your lot rent, that, and you haven't done anything illegal, immoral, or fattening, that,
I never missed a payment there while I was there. I was always in time.
yeah, because you can't just pick up your house and move it,
Yeah, but
that,
they did dirty a lot of people like that, Brenda.
oh
I
my
would just
God.
say the stubborn Hispanic that I say, hey, I've been paying y'all, and you want to tell me they're trying to get rid of me like they were trying to get rid of everybody else that they got rid of. Another a veteran that was living there, he was still in the military, and they forced him to move his mobile home out of there. They were doing
That's
that. They did that to a lot of people.
That's horrible.
I got a mobile home story.
All right. The
Oh
wolf
my God.
the wolf has spoken.
Woo! Yeah, mobile home. I got a story for you, Abe. Similar, very similar. So, so I moved from California to Minnesota, and my friend said his dad is selling his mobile home. So I went up to take a look at it, and this is on the perimeter of this mobile home park. And it was on a boulevard. So you can imagine the boulevard, your mobile home is sitting on, it's like a house, right? The view is, you're on this boulevard on the perimeter. So I said, man, this is sweet. All right. So I put money down, I paid cash, and then I took a loan from my brother, because the father was moving into a senior citizen condo or something like that. And so anyways, moved in. Now this is an RV, this mobile home and RV park. So you have people coming up from Texas in the summertime, from Arkansas. So they had a lot of areas where, these RVs and trailers could pull in. So, we had a lot of neighbors and stuff like that. It was pretty fun. And they would come up to Minnesota from, again, Texas, Arkansas, primarily those areas. And anyways, I had a mobile home that was 72 feet long, and it had a rollout. So it was like 14 feet wide. It was like a bedroom and a half, one bathroom kind of thing. It was all really nice inside and everything. So, but this is some of the problems, I ran into, that the mailman would come to the main area and drop off the mail. And they had the mailboxes in the, the owner's office. It's the office where you drive in, and they have an office there and stuff. So the mail is delivered there. Well, guess what? Come to find out, I was getting letters that were opened up, and so I talked to the mailman, and the mailman said, because it's a federal offense, to open up people's mail. Because I had a brother that was living in Singapore and just different stuff like that. And so anyways, long story short, the mailman told me, once we deliver the mail, when we drop it off to the office, it's out of our jurisdiction, out of our hands. There's no repercussions that you, as a mobile home person that lives there, has no, you can't, you can't notify the post office that, because it's in their hands. So basically, it's kind of like, okay, so you have to catch this person, tampering with your mail, which is like impossible, right? So you can't go after them, justice wise. So that was one issue right there, which is like, I mean, you're kind of violated when somebody else opens your mail, and stuff like that. And so here's the second thing. So it was a all age park. Okay. Then after a year went by, they changed it to a 55 or older park. Okay. So then they changed it back to, so I was there. Let me see. How many years did I live there? I lived there like 4 years. And they had changed, their age. And I had actually, luckily, I met my former wife there, and she had a mobile home, and we were lucky to be able to sell it to a 55 or older couple. Okay, so we got money from that and stuff. So we lived there for like 4 years, and so they changed it back to an all-age group or something. I think this went on like 4 times. I think I could be wrong. It could have been 3, but here's the kicker. So, we were tired of the snow, and we were like, there was no real internet back in those days, so you had to buy newspapers, to look for jobs in different states. So, anyways, so we wanted to get out of the snow, and because I actually, it was kind of rubbing on me too, because these long winters up there are pretty brutal, and so anyways, they had this. They had changed it to a 55 or older. Well, here's the thing. You try to sell a mobile home, right, to a 55 or older, generally back then, I mean, no one's going to really buy a mobile home this was a 1974, and this was the year let's say 92. All right. So it's an older mobile home, and, had a porch, but the location was very, very nice. So we could not sell it. We could not, and this was like during the winter too, and we could not sell that thing. And we ended up taking a loss on it and sold it back to the realtor, for, I don't know, we lost like 2/3 of our money in that mobile home. Like we just walked away basically. So we wanted to get, no pun intended, mobile so we could move out of the state, because we were interviewing during the summer. We went to Texas, we went to, several states, and even where my folks live down in North Carolina, looking for jobs and, interviewing different stuff like that. But she hated the snow, and we had to move out of that mobile home. So, we had to get out of there. So, and then we ended up finding this job taking care of an elderly couple, which made us kind of like very mobile. Like if we got the job in a different state, we could pack up and leave real quick. So that monkey on our shoulder, it's a dead horse. A mobile home is like, it's something that, and I remember, the grass issue, and I used to always cut the grass, and, it was like, but what really pissed me off was this thing about the mail, and luckily for me, one time my brother, he retired. So I had to I had to go and rent one of those big Bounder RVs, there's like the big buses, because he wanted to tour around the United States. So I ended up lining that for him. And lucky for me, my brother had sent 2 handguns, like a Glock and a 38, like in the mail to my post office, to my box, without any address, it's just to me, to my address. So luckily this guy didn't open up that box because my brother wanted to have, protection driving that RV, around the country. So it was he and his wife and their daughter. I think they had the 2 daughters then. And so I go, and this is just a sidebar. I get this box, it's addressed to me, but it has it's not for my brother or nothing. There's no return address or nothing. So I open it up and I couldn't figure out, where are these guns coming from? I had never realized, my brother had bought these guns, and sent them to me, and where, when, whatever, I don't know. But, here I am opening up this box and I got these 2 handguns, and I'm going like, what's going on here? I was like, I had no idea. Then my brother called me, because, there was no computer and, everybody faxed stuff back then. And I think the computers were just coming online back then, but they were like dial up. I mean, it was ridiculous. Dial up, computers and stuff. So, so he ended up calling me, and I think, even back then there was no cell phones. So I had, the regular phone. So he said like, well, did you get the package? Then it dawned on me, yeah, I didn't really want to say anything on the phone, about it. But that was just one little funny instant that, I had to line up this big Bounder RV. But yeah, we were lucky to sell her mobile home, and she had like a 60 by 12 or something like that. Anyways, but yeah, we took a big loss on that, and I ended up having to pay my brother back, or his daughter. I actually bought her, I gifted her something. But anyways, but yeah, it was a dead horse, and we got like, it's like the money that I paid for that, like we never recouped any of that money. Basically, I think we got a few $1,000s, maybe, selling it back to the realtor, and then trying to get the realtor, again, just to, let people know, this whole mobile home park, they have their own rules, regulations, and like the mailman said, they when they drop the mail off, they're out of the jurisdiction. They're out of federal law, and it's up to the person to go after that person that opened it up. But yeah, surely enough, they opened 2 or 3 letters and stuff, and we were pissed because they would like steam them open. You could tell, they could, they steamed them open or something. And we were pissed because it's like, this guy, he's a devil dog, and so we got out of there, and we spent like another year, like taking care of, an elderly couple, and then she got some interviews, to the Southwest and so forth, even in College Station down there in Texas, So. Yeah, that was my mobile home story. Yeah, it's a bad thing. And on top of that, this anchored, this mobile home was not tied down. And luckily we had straight line winds about 2 blocks away, and they have tornadoes in Minneapolis too. And luckily, they had like a storm shelter you could go down to. It was like a concrete, bunker in case tornadoes came and stuff. But mine wasn't even anchored down, at all. But here's what happened. We had these straight line winds, which were kind of like, you can hear it. It's like a wave of air. Like, it's like a tsunami. Just picture a tsunami, but it's wind that's traveling at like 75 miles an hour or higher. And that wall, they call it straight line winds, and about 2 blocks away, it took down like big, 4 foot in diameter oak trees, all that kind of stuff. And I can tell you one thing, we got the outskirts of that wind, and trees are snapping, and and we stayed in the mobile home. But I tell you one thing, if you ever get hit, if any of the straight line winds hit, what happens is when a wind hits and that mobile home starts to lift, remember, if it's not tied down or anything, it'll just like tumble over like a tumbleweed. Because that wind gets underneath it, just pushes it. We were lucky. 2 blocks away, it didn't hit us, and that was another scary thing that I'm thinking like, and we're in like the city limits of Minneapolis too, and it's fairly hilly there too. It's not just flat. There's a lot of dips and hills and stuff like that, and but man, yeah, we took a loss on that. And then, but fate proved right, and we got some job offers and stuff, and we got out of that state. So, yeah, when I got coached there, thinking that it's a land of 10,000 lakes, and when I drove into the city, I got stuck downtown, and I looked up and go. This is like what they call the mini Apple. It's like New York City, I was pretty flabbergasted about. I thought there was a lot of lakes and trees, and from what the Chamber of Commerce was saying. But yeah, it was a major city. It was. And then the cold winters and all that on top of that. It's pretty brutal. So. Luckily, we got out. It took 5 years, because I got there in '88, and we got out of there in 93. We moved to Iowa, so which was enough more snow.
Yeah, I was going to say from one extreme to another.
Well, Iowa is 7 degrees warmer, so you get a wet snow. And it just stays slushy on the road. Minnesota, when it dries, it's like dry snow. They plow it, everything is dry, because it's 0 degrees. And there's no wetness. There's no wet, the snow is black, dirt, dirty. But the roads are very nice in the winter. They plow everything, and the roads are dry because it's so cold, there's no moisture in the snow. You can't even make a snowball in Minnesota. But yeah, and I grew up in the cold weather and stuff in Pennsylvania, so I'm pretty familiar, with all kinds of climate. But that snow, there it's bitter, it's kind of bitter, cold, and you have to plug your truck in, to keep the oil, and then you have to spray your locks and all these sorts so they don't freeze up, because you can't get into your car. Because the locks freeze up, and it's pretty brutal on your car in the winter. In the southern states, like I'm in Arizona now, there's absolutely no maintenance. All it is oil changes in Minnesota. That's it. Tires maybe, but there's no muffler. There's no catalytic converter. There's nothing. There's like absolutely no maintenance on vehicles in Arizona. Just oil changes. That's it. And of course, tires. That's it. So, but Minnesota, man, it's like, oh my God, it's pretty brutal on your car, So yeah, that was my little story. Mobile home, don't buy, unless you buy a mobile home on property, like an acre of land or something like that, where, that's the only thing, but all the investors have bought all that stuff, and they're charging just astronomical for
Abe, have you ever thought about maybe traveling and going to like Skinwalker Ranch or anything like that?
No, never thought of it. As much activity that I've captured in Central Texas, I'm more sure. It really doesn't matter where I go. I'm always catching activity everywhere, in Central Texas. So I'm more sure that I'll be able to capture something over there.
Oh yeah. Well, that's why I thought that that would be something kind of
Yeah. Here's a picture of me and my son back then
unique.
when he was
Oh,
young.
look at that snow.
And this is the mobile home I used to live in, Lot 49.
Wow.
Yeah, things are already happening here. Yeah, I'm just glad I moved out of there.
Yeah. Like I said, I don't live in there, but I live close enough and I can't wait to get out of here. I think that it there is so much bad in that whole entire area. Um that I just think it takes over some of these people. I mean, I've lived out here in this area, this in Killeen. I have lived out here for 23 years. And when I lived further downtown with all the crazy people, it wasn't as bad as it is up here closer to Elms Grove.
Oh yeah, there's activity there. You can sit down at the park bench at nighttime, and I'm almost sure somebody will call your name into the woods.
Yeah.
They'll call you by your name. This shapeshifter skinwalkers. They live there in that area by the woods by the creek. So don't be surprised if somebody throws rocks or they're banging on rocks, and then they call you by your first name, Brenda,
Yeah.
and then they
Yeah.
start laughing.
I
Uh,
used to sit out in my backyard. We what we did when we moved in here was we made it accessible for me to be able to get out in the backyard with my wheelchair. So we built a deck out there. I had one of those big 10 by 12 gazebo tents out there and everything. And I've got, I have like lights that go around my fence that flicker like flames. And I
yes,
would sit out there in the middle of the night and just hear all kinds of things over the fence. And, I wouldn't really worry too much about it because we keep a lock on our gate. That they tell us we're not allowed to, but I'm sorry, I have a shed full of stuff, and you know, I keep my backyard is nice, and I don't want to wake up and have people sleeping on my deck one morning, so I keep a lock on it. But I would sit out there in the middle of the night when it was just very quiet everywhere, and I would hear people walking um, in the grass, but there'd be nobody out there at all. And it's like, well, so I don't, in the summertime, I don't go out there much because it's too hot for me. But in the wintertime, I like to be out there when it's not raining and it's nice and cool. And even if it's too cold, I just put a jacket on, you know? But I don't know, just the whole area. I cannot wait to get out of here. I just want to get away from all these people and all this stuff. You get to a point where you come to the realization that your peace is worth more than where you live. You just got to go. Mm-mm. So
yeah, like, yeah. I know I took the crap for so long. When you have no choice and you're trying to raise your son by yourself.
yeah,
I mean, what do they expect me to do? So I had to take loss. I had to take away money from my son, money that I could do with things with him to pay them people that were robbing me.
right,
Which, to me, somebody's robbing you. That's only one way to take care of those kind of people.
yeah. That's
You
the way
know,
that's the way I take care of it.
but at the same time, I didn't want to get in trouble because if I get in trouble, then who's going to raise my son? You know, I was a
That's
single
true.
parent.
That's true. Well, you know how we we have that stand your ground law, but there is one small technicality in defending yourself in your home. Like for a lot of people, you have to be in the back of your house. If somebody comes in and you shoot them, you don't get in trouble because you went farthest away. Well, I have one leg, so this is what I was told. Now, I have a one bedroom apartment. My caregiver has the bedroom. My living room is set up like my bedroom. So if somebody comes busting in my front door, well, I can't get up and go to the farthest room in the house. There's no way. I couldn't get away from them fast enough. They'd be in here before I even tried to stand up and get in my chair. So I have an exception to the rule. The only thing is if I shoot them and they fall out the door, the police
Yeah.
tell me grab them by the foot and drag them back in. And I'm like, well, all right then. But I think that, for somebody to go to the back of the house, well, they've already been in your house. They're already moving through. They obviously know where to find people if they're not in the front room.
And you know, in a mobile home park, then there's this people that were in charge that were cooking people. So they're
Yeah.
breaking the laws. They're breaking your privacy. They're breaking all that, and they do illegal stuff. Which,
Yep.
like I said, if you were expecting to go take your son out somewhere to San Antonio Zoo or something, you had to cancel plans because they're asking you for an extra $100, right? An extra $150, extra $300.
Huh.
It went so far that one time I paid like an extra 1,200 one time.
Oh, no.
One time $2,000. It's
Mm-mm.
like they were extorting money from me because they knew that that was my home that I was paying for. So we're going to charge them extra. That's what they were doing, and I never got reimbursed a single penny from all the money they stole from me.
You know, there is Texas, and I know this for a fact. Texas has got uh, renters rules. Okay, like if you were to if you went down to a housing department and you explained all that to them, they would have gone in there and investigated right away because you just can't sit there and take people's all of their money and everything and leave them living like that when they're basically stealing your money. That's what they were doing.
So
All
if
that
I needed
extra.
if I needed to fix something, I couldn't fix it
Right.
because they were taking my money. So they were leaving me in a situation where I would start hardly stay with any money.
Mm-mm.
Like they knew how much money I was making because like Brother Baker said, nosy ass people.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, they get all of that when you move
So they were
into a
doing that
place.
intentionally.
Yeah. Well, these people here where I live, I just signed another lease. Now, let me tell you, when I moved in here, the very first year when I lived here, when we got good rain, water was leaking into my apartment because where the foundation meets the wall outside, there was an opening and a crack. So anytime it rained and it puddled there, it would run in my house. So I'm sitting here with a flooded house. Do you know it took those people finally, because I threatened them and told them last month, if it is not fixed by the first of the month, I will not be paying you any rent. I will hire somebody to come and fix the problem myself with your rent money. They came the day before rent was due and did exactly what I told them to do. They dug the trench, they plastered it with some sealant stuff, and buried it back up. It took them 2 hours to do something I waited 3 years for, right? So I get my lease, and they're like, your lease is up, you need to sign a new lease. Well, they wanted to raise my rent.
Mm.
I was like, oh no, I don't think so. I lived here 3 years putting up with that. I'm in a freaking wheelchair. I had to get down here and clean water up before it spread throughout the whole entire place all the time, every time it rained. You want to talk about tiring. And I finally every year I told them about this. And every year they would say, can you take pictures so we know where it's coming? So when they did it at the beginning of this year, can you don't ask me for pictures. I ain't giving you another damn picture. I have taken so many pictures for these people. It isn't even funny. Well, we don't know where they are. Well, that's your fault. You should have kept them when I took them for the last 2 years. So I went ahead and did my lease. They did not raise my rent, but I'm going to be moving after this one. I'm not doing it anymore. I can't. They keep. When I first moved in here, there was all older people here. It was nice. It was quiet. Everybody got along. Then this new rental company now is dealing with the rent here for the owner, and they're just moving God and anybody in. You just hand them, a handful of money. This place is going to turn right back into what it used to be before the new owners bought it, cleaned it up, fixed everything up, kicked all the bad people out. So now we're getting nothing but a bunch of just, oh my God.
I also chime in a little bit, Brenda, on, and this is, I had we were having Bible studies in my house at the time, but one of the ladies, she was like a nurse at one of these retirement homes and stuff. And she lived in this mobile home park. And me and my girlfriend, we would go over there and do her dishes and stuff. Cause she was working, 24/7s and stuff. And she was the manager, the manager of that, rest home kind of, it's a big, big facility.
Right.
And, they have suites, they have high rises and, you name it. So, we would go over there and help her, with her. She had a single wide. And come to find out, she told me, well, I'm going to move, because she was retiring. So, she ended up moving out. But here's what happened to that whole mobile home park is they I don't know how many units they had in there. There are quite a few. I would say, 50 or 60 maybe, or maybe more. And they made everybody move out. They had somebody that came in and bought it out. So they kicked everybody out of those mobile homes. But to this day, that mobile home park, nobody living in there it's been at least like 8 to 10 years in the mobile homes are still in there without anybody in them, vacant.
I wonder if the person that owned the property passed away and just nobody ever did anything with it.
I don't know, but I think there's like one person there, like maybe just keeping an eye on everything. But what it is, it's a shame that there's no policing on now where these people, where are they going to be, where they're kicked out, where are they going to go,
Yeah.
Every big city, it's pretty cruel, the things that big cities do. And, but that mobile home park is like, it's right across the street from a golf course and stuff, on a really, really nice street, but it's vacant, man, for at least 8 to 10 years. Maybe even more. I can't remember when, I'd have to look back, but not a single person is in that, it's like you drive in and drive out kind of thing. So there's gotta be, and there's mobile on each side, and they're mainly single wides, I guess, but they're kind of, modern ones and old ones, but it's very well kept and everything, but not a soul in there, and it's like, it's crazy, and I've noticed also, because I looked into stuff like this, these mobile home places, is I've noticed like there's a lot of investors are going in to buy out these mobile home parks, because you go on Zillow or any of these things and you'll say, like, it'll say mobile home park for sale.
Yeah.
You know, not just mobile home. So people could go in there and buy a mobile home, and all of a sudden the next year or 6 months or 3 months, you're out of there. So what do you, it's, you know, you're going to do this. It's going to happen the same thing as what Abe went through. It's even worse, you know.
You know, I thought I would like to buy a motorhome, a big one, those really nice ones. And then I would I would travel. I would go different places. You know, I would definitely be a snowbird. I would like to be, when it's really hot here, go to a state where it's cooler, and then
Yeah.
come back here during the winter time, because, you know, having one leg,
That's
snow
what
is
people
dangerous.
do. They do,
Yeah.
you know, that a lot of parks in Phoenix, you know, they from, you know, people from Canada come down here and all that stuff.
Yeah.
And but they're wealthy. To tell you the truth, you know, most of these people, they got money. You know, they got money, and you know, and these parks, you know, they're expensive, a lot rent and everything else. I mean, it's just like I'm looking at the chat too. You know,
Well,
it's
well, Laramie's going to win the lottery, and I'm going to adopt Laramie and bring him to Texas. So when he wins the lottery, then he can buy a big old motorhome, and we can go travel all over the United States.
yeah. Well, it's a lot of work, you know. I mean, in my former job, you know, I hooked up trailers and, you know, hauled stuff, you know, and, you know, it can, you know, there's a lot of bending and stooping, and, you know, and I worked a lot of different jobs that had, you know, the airline industry with, you know, the lavatory, you know, with machines and hooking up the lavatory and all these different things for the airplanes. And, you know, you might think it's fun, but Brenda, there's a lot of work.
My aunt and uncle, once
a lot of
the
work
kids,
to it.
yeah, well, my aunt and uncle, once all the kids grew up and were out of the house, that's what they did. They sold their house, they bought a really nice motorhome, and they traveled around and went places. And they were already in their late 60s, early 70s when they did this. And they said that if they would have known how free they felt, and been able to go and see places and not have to worry about packing your house if you go move somewhere else, you know, that they would have done that a long time ago. And I'm up for it, man. Boy, I would just get rid of everything I've got, just keep necessary stuff, and get a motorhome and just.
Yeah, I mean, I go online and look at all these trailers, you know, fifth wheels and, you know, 25 footers, all these different. And I have channels that I listen to, people, you know, that have casitas, you know, that are actually made in Texas. They're the fiberglass, you know, they have, you know, they're the big manufacturer there in Texas. But, you know, and I have channels I listen to, and they do that, you know, and I watch what they do, you know, and there's a lot of freedom. There's a lot of freedom. And, so, you know, it's to each their own. You know, I guess, you know, I love to do that too. But, you know, I have to take care of my son here, you know, and I'm kind of, you know, homebound right now. So, you know, anything can change. But yeah, if you win the lottery or what, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's, this country's got so many fun things to see and do. Like,
Oh, I know.
It's unbelievable. And lucky for me, I've had a lot of jobs, and I've lived in a lot of places in America, and each state has really cool stuff.
Yeah.
And wow, it's a mecca. You know, it's a mecca.
My ex-husband was a truck driver, and I went with him for 3 years. And you know what? a lot of people say, oh God, that life just gets tedious. I loved it. I loved it. And the only reason why he didn't continue to do it and I didn't continue to do it with him was because he joined the military. After 9/11, he joined the military and we ended up here. But I loved it. We went coast to coast. So I got to see a lot of different things, a lot of different places. We would get someplace early and take time out to, venture out and go see different places wherever we landed. So, yeah, I really liked it.
Yeah.
And I knew once doing that, having a motorhome and traveling around, I would enjoy it. So
yeah, to me, I'd get a smaller, I'd get like an oversized van, something, one of those Dodge, conversion type vans, and with a pull behind, uh, you know, 4-wheeler or something, something else to pull, to do your errands and stuff. But yeah, I have 3 or 4 channels. I listen to people, and I just find they're doing all that exploring while I'm just sitting there watching them.
Laramie says
I do feel, I there's a guy I listen to, especially he's up in New Brunswick, and he built a cabin, and he's, that's one of the things I like, people that build things. It's so fascinating when you see a professional carpenter build a cabin, from scratch. I mean, it's just, how they angle and cut, and oh my gosh, it's so fascinating. Ooh. But he's got a casita, and he travels to Florida and all that stuff too. But he's up there in New Brunswick, up in the east side of Canada there. But yeah, it's magnificent, people. I have to tell you, I mean, this country is so wide open. Once you get out of all this major city stuff, I mean, it's like it's unbelievable. It's a whole different world.
I could see Abe living in a cabin in the woods.
Oh man,
what would you think of that?
I used to live in the woods in the tanks.
Yeah. up in a mountain.
I don't know if I would want to be there, especially at nighttime. Start hearing voices or witches laughing and stuff, and waking up with things in front of my doorsteps.
That's true. They kind of follow you.
Little toys, little, what do you call it? Like little dolls made out of branches.
Yeah. Look, Laramie says traveling with La Box. Laramie, you're funny. But I don't know. I just, I really want to get moved back out in the country. Hey, if any of y'all know anybody that wants almost 3 acres of property for $2.5 million, let me know. Because once that property gets sold, I'm out of here.
A lot of people are moving overseas too. They're moving to Portugal and Turkey and Spain. I go all those channels too and listen. But, I always think, well, what if there's a coup and the government, there's like Guatemala or some of these Latin American countries to move to. But, the problem is, the US dollar and what happens, to, financially, your Social Security and whatever pension stuff or whatever else that, I don't know. I think still staying in America is the only way to go, because I think, whether it's Asia or Europe, I think, we're still in a safe, country to weather the storm, let's just say,
Oh yeah. The only way I'm leaving the U.S. is if I move to Russia. Russia's a beautiful place. I love their architecture, buildings out there, but yeah.
You can always visit, and stuff. I don't know. To me, I think it's similar to when I lived in Minnesota. It's very humid there, but the summers are really nice. You can still go out and everything. Lots of trees and parks, but the winter is pretty brutal too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
if you have hobbies, indoor hobbies. I mean, like Phoenix is the same thing. If you have indoor hobbies, you could tolerate this heat.
Oh yeah.
But it's been we've had some kind of some monsoon weather lately, and it's actually taken the temperature down to the 80s at times, and it's really nice to have a temperature at 95 or something, and it's humid, but it's like it's a change. It's a change from 115 all the time. So
Yeah.
I like the change.
I lived out.
I like seasons.
I lived out in
Weather.
Arizona for 10 years, so I learned real fast that everything you do it at night. I worked nights. I went out, did my laundry at night, went grocery shopping at night in the middle of summertime. Yeah. I
Yeah.
was like a vampire in my house with blackout curtains to help keep it cool.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. But it's I don't get, there's not very many allergies here, and I don't really get sore throats, runny nose, and different medical issues like that because the climate's so dry.
Yeah.
And I mean, there's pros and cons, but I do like the four seasons. The fall, the spring, the winter, and summer. I kind of miss that because I lived, in those kinds of climates, and you can still go out in the snow, and do stuff in the snow.
Now, a lot of places in Arizona, you have summer, you have mild summer, you have knocking on hell's door summer, and you have rain. And that's it. That's it.
Yeah. Well, there's pros and cons to everything. A lot of people they've lived here their whole lives, and they haven't traveled to like upstate New York, where it's like God's country up there. I mean, the pine trees and the smell of the pine trees will just like knock you down. It'll knock you down. It's like so overwhelming, and you can walk on those pine needles. They don't hurt you. They're like soft, real soft.
Yeah.
You can walk bare feet,
Gilbert, you missed Jesse. He came on for a little while and said hi to everybody.
Yeah, I saw him on my phone, and I told him, hello,
Yeah. Where is Cocaine Werewolf? Where did he go?
Cocaine Werewolf?
Yeah, where'd he go? I told Jesse I tried to interview Cocaine Werewolf, and he doesn't say much. Jesse started laughing. Hey, there he is. Look at that big boy.
There he is.
It's such amazing that these creatures actually, are here, that we're able to photograph these, because when I grew up, there was no such thing as, any kind of dog man or, they had Bigfoot, but, that was like just the film that they showed, constantly, but never researched. I'm talking like the 70s, but this whole dog man, werewolf, it was non-existent. Nobody, it was always just the movies or something like that. But, here we are, 2025, and they're like jumping and running around all over the place,
I think they've always been here. It's just way back in the day, people didn't talk about anything that they might have felt or heard or anything like that, because back then people were more apt to call everybody crazy. Oh, Gilbert, I hope your son's okay. But now it's common every day. People will talk about it all the time now. I mean, we've had crazier things happening over the last 10 years, so nobody minds, you know. So I think there's been things like this around for a very long
Well,
time.
yeah, I think so too. But I think people are like thought they were bears, or it was a, they would even say Bigfoot, but they would always say, it's a bear. But these things are so fast that you know, nobody really brought out that information at all on any of these programs. Of course, there wasn't the internet back in the 70s and 80s, so the information now is, people are videotaping stuff. They're, the pictures and photographs and all kinds of stuff now, so, there's more people, like I said, Brenda, they're they've got their camera, they've got their iPhone with them, and everybody's they're like when I lived over in Asia, the Japanese are like famous for, all they do is take pictures of themselves,
Yeah.
They take photographs of everything, but here we are, taking photographs of all these cryptids.
One thing that a lot of people don't talk about are like vampires.
Yeah.
What about them?
Yeah.
Succubus,
Yeah.
incubus. Those are
Yeah.
like a form of a vampire. Succubus and incubus. We talk about them here on the show.
Oh yeah.
I believe they're energy vampires. They'll drain your energy. I think that's how those people that I was mentioning earlier, how they got died in their bed, was because their energy got zapped out of them, like their spirit got drained out of them.
Yeah.
Uh,
And
so yeah,
and
I wanted to share this picture here. It might not have to do with Werewolf Wednesday, but I want to share this picture. Tell
okay.
me what y'all think about this. I was showing this to my brother, and it's like, how come? It's like I went to an area, and it's like my phone like gives out, and I'm getting back trying to get connection. But when I look at the phone, there's this weird picture. Like as I look into the footage, I ran into this weird picture in there. So let me see if I can post it. Which is, it looks like it's glitched. Oh man, let me see if I can find it. I'll have to get out and come back in.
Oh my God, Gilbert, how old is your son? That young, having gallstones and have to have your gallbladder taken out? Well, I know your son can't be that old because you're still wet behind the ears.
Tell me what y'all think about this picture. If y'all can see it.
What is that right there that's all distorted in the middle? See it?
Yeah, that's what I was trying to share with y'all.
Oh,
Let me do a closer look at it. Let me take one closer shot at it so it can make it look bigger. Yeah, there's something there. You see that looks like a face on the right
yeah.
side.
At
Like
first, if you sit back and look at it, it looks like a big fat beaver standing up there holding something. Wow.
Can you make that bigger, Abe, at all?
that's what I'm working on, Brother Scott.
Oh, okay. Yeah, that's definitely a skull and a head with two eyes, the white eyes there.
Mm-hmm.
But it could have a muzzle, but that's being distorted, like the glitches, Is
What
that a horse over there too, isn't it? Is that a horse over to the left under the tree? What's that? Is that a
what's
horse?
what's interesting is you see the trees plain as day, except for on the one side where there's distortion in it. But then as you come down, that's where you see that thing right there. and it's distorted, but the trees are, I can see every branch up on the top and even on the ground. Wow.
Yeah, that face, there's definitely a skull. Yeah, right there. So, you know,
Yeah,
Wow.
definitely something here, a face.
Yes.
I just don't know what, where, what is it, or whatever. It's just it causes that to blend in. It causes the distortion, so you won't be able to see it. Maybe I got too close to something, and it made me lose my connection. I just wanted to share this picture. I've been having it. I said, let me share it to see what people think about this picture. Yeah.
It's definitely interesting, especially because that face almost looks ghostly, like you can
Yes,
see
yeah.
through it. Wow.
Kind of looks like there's something else here, but yeah, don't want to look too much into it. But then up here, it looks like something here too. It's just I don't know because I just took the screen. But it looks like there's something here looking through the pixel.
Now, did you
Is
mean
it?
to take that picture, or did it just?
No, it was from the footage
Oh,
from a video. As I was debunking, I got to that part where the video was like this. So I took a screenshot off of it, and then it became normal, and I just kept on going. I just wanted to share it. I hadn't shared it. I said, well, maybe it's just a glitch or something, but I just wanted to show that there's something here. Just I don't
yeah,
know. It's just a
I
freaked
think
out picture.
I think it's one of those photographs. You take a look at it several times, not at the same time, but you'll end up seeing, more definition. You know what I mean? It's like one of those kind of photographs where it takes your mind a while to analyze it, to see something different. Even that head that has the two eyes, it could be something else, that you'd look at it, a couple weeks later and you'd see something else that you thought, you know what I mean? It's that kind
Yeah,
of, you know what I mean? It's
oh,
like a face within a face kind of thing,
yeah,
uh, like those things that we say they're eyes, they're not eyes. They could be something else. Um, you know, like some kind of shapeshifter, uh, animal or something, with the skin, because yeah, it's
yeah. I just wanted to share that picture with y'all.
yeah,
See
it's
what
one of
y'all
those
think about.
multi-level type photographs that can.
now when you're out doing your walks, Abe, do you does your battery on your phone ever start to go down? You know,
No, I haven't lost the battery, but I've lost my connection completely goes away.
okay.
And then on my phone it'll say it's ticking, like it's trying to get the connection back, and then it comes back. Once I get out of the area where it's glitching or where I lost connection. But I haven't had what would happen to me in Elms Grove, where the battery would explode or the lenses would crack. Over there, that's what will happen in Elms Grove.
Yeah. Hey, Abe, Buddha said that send him the invite, the link, if it's cool with you that he comes up here. Do, do.
Yeah, we just don't know if there's, multi-level dimensions, with dimensions within dimensions. uh, you know, uh, and it's all vibrational, how these things are vibrating. I mean, there could be, set of the third dimension. What if it was a 3.8 dimension? Something that you break down the dimension into segments. You know, and these creatures or are stuck, or they're put there maybe by God, or put there in a holding pattern. But since we're capturing these things with the speed of the shutter speed, it may be something that's linked to that. I don't know. I mean, it's just a theory, but
Well, I think that there are other dimensions, timelines, whatever you want to call them. That's where we get that thin veil that people see once in a while, where you can see through it. Or, like they say, cats. Um, our cats can see things that we can't see, and that their eyesight allows them to be able to see other dimensions.
yeah.
Kind of makes
I
me a
remember.
little jealous.
Yeah, I remember listening to a show. I don't know what it was, but it was a show talking about these ghosts or something like this. All right, but they had a episode which the person, let's just say, I'm just going to kind of remember like what they were talking about, but it was an ongoing, repeating episode of, like, I'm just going to say this, like a ghost of somebody walking, but it was repeating itself all the time in the same area, almost like it was a re,
they're repetitive hauntings.
Yeah. And it was like,
repetitive hauntings.
It was stuck in like this repeating, like, over and over and over again, but it was like not all the time, but it would do the same thing, when people would see it or whatever. Almost stopped in this, it was like would you say a time, Brenda? You said something about time distortion.
Different dimension,
it did the same thing over and over again. It was the same repetitious, nothing changed, It's like, what's going on there? I mean, that's.
Well, they say that happens. That happens at Gettysburg. Some people will see the soldiers, and every time they see them, they're walking the same paths over and over again. And that's called a repetitive haunting, is what they call that.
Oh, is that what it's called? Yeah. That's interesting. That is really interesting. Like, who's controlling, that? Oh my God. I mean, who's pushing the button, rewind, rewind. I mean, my God, it's crazy, isn't it?
I want to go to Gettysburg. That is one place I would really like to go. So
yeah, I've been to Williamsburg and stuff. I lived in Virginia, and we went, we didn't go there, but we went to Williamsburg, the colonies, the stockades and all that kind of stuff, pretty interesting.
Yeah, there's a lot of activity here where I live. We'll be seeing this dark shadow spirits going through the street, going to the neighbors' homes, coming from the facilities that are nearby. There's some buildings over here, like event centers.
Yeah.
And we could see this dark shadow figures appear out of nowhere, and they're standing in the middle of the street, and they'll move real fast. And as they go to a house over here, they have some outside lights, and the lights flicker when the shadow figures pass through there.
Out there in Temple?
Yeah,
Oh wow.
Is
literally
that
the lights flicker when they pass.
is that LED lighting or is that incandescent, the old fashioned, Abe?
I think it's the
Kind of
old
light.
fashioned.
Uh-huh.
Then my brother was out there, and when he seen it pass, he said when those lights flickered when it passed, I guess by his vehicle, that his panel flickered. His panel of his vehicle, because he had it on, it flickered twice. The same time the lights flickered in the distance.
Oh wow.
So
They're
whatever it is, it drains energy, an energy source.
yeah.
Electromagnetic. That's like electromagnetic energy.
Yes, it drains the battery's power from the vehicles. Like right now, my vehicle, the battery I have to recharge is dead. My
Wow.
son's battery was dead. My my wife's battery she had to replace it with a new one, and my my stepson had to replace his battery with a new one.
God.
So something is draining the batteries.
Yeah. I, I wonder what all's around you out there.
My brother is he came to my house to visit, and next thing you know, he had to replace his battery too.
Oh God.
For reals,
Yeah,
he literally is like, "What the hell's happening to my truck?"
Pat,
The
that's a
light
lot of
was staying
batteries.
on in the back. Yeah, that's so. In my house, there's been five batteries have been replaced. In my vehicle, I've done replaced the battery like 4 or 5 times
Wow.
within the year. Like I said, man, it must be a defective battery. But when all the vehicles are and something is draining energy
Yeah.
here where I live. That's what they
Huh.
do.
maybe there's some kind of subway system, under the ground, and it's every time it goes by you, it's just pulling the energy out of everything that's up on top of the ground. Some kind of deep underground military, expressway, that we don't even know about.
Well,
Well,
check
we
it out. Here's a story. Uh, Something that happened. No, I'm telling you that so if imagine this, something's draining the battery, which is making your vehicle obsolete from working. There was a lady driving on a BMW right here, right in front of the area that I live. She was in a BMW and she was driving the vehicle on 35. Her vehicle shut off. 16 wheeler that was behind her hit her in
oh
the back and
wow.
killed her.
Wow.
Hit her in the back of the vehicle and killed her. So something is causing things of that nature to happen. So if they have the capability to drain the energy like that of batteries, then they have enough energy to drain your life source too.
True. Yeah.
You can't put any emergency lights on. That power goes off in that car. You're coasting for 25 feet, and you can't roll the window down. The power windows, you can't put your hand out. You can't get out of the car, and you
The
brace for
wheels,
impact.
yep.
Brace for impact, and how do you know the power bags don't go off? Everything else in the car is dead. You know,
You
that's a
know,
suicide situation right there.
I gotta tell
Wow.
you, gotta tell you a little funny story. You know, when I lost my leg, I was driving a small little Nissan, and it was a 1991 or 92, right? And it had the crank windows. So I went and picked up some of these girls that were getting off work that needed a ride home, and they got in the car and they looked and seen the cranks on the side, and they were like, "What does this do?" And I looked at them funny. I said, "Well, it rolls the window down." "What? You don't have a button to push?" Oh my God. I could not believe it. They had no idea what the crank was for to roll the window down in the car.
Wow.
And it's so funny because a lot of people I worked with used to make fun of my little car. But then when their newer cars, because the electronic brain went out, they would break down the side of the road. Who do you think they called to pick them up to give them a ride to work? The one with the old car.
It's a Nissan lady.
It was funny. I was like, wow. And I loved that little thing. I mean, I had a buddy, my matter of fact, my partner that I worked with, he was my mechanic. And when I first got it, I used to drive it all over the place. And I said, I think it needs a tune-up because I don't know when the last time anybody got it one. So he said, okay, no problem. I'll come and do it. And he gets under the hood and he's got that wrench that loosens and pulls out the spark plugs. And he turns to me and he says, I don't know how you've been driving this car. I said, why? What's wrong? Apparently, none of the spark plugs in there were tightened down. They were all loose. They all came right out. I said, well, apparently Jesus took the wheel because it's been getting me around for the last year and a half. He was amazed, but he always had to do my tune-ups and all that other stuff. Oil changes. He used to take care of my car. And one day I was on my way to Dallas and I was going out there to go meet somebody. And I'm just driving, and before I know it, I'm on the phone with my partner and we're talking. And before I know it, man, I'm passing everybody like they're standing still. And I looked down, I said, oh, Lord. And Burke says, what's the matter? I said, I'm doing 120 miles an hour. He said to me, oh, now I'm going to have to lube everything in that car. I was like, wow, I couldn't believe it. There's your owl.
Look at the beak on that sucker.
I know, right?
Look at the eyes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, you can definitely see that right when you pull the picture up.
Yeah, I mean, he's got a beak. Look at the beak.
Yeah.
Or like Cousin Jesse say, a pecker.
Look at that pecker on that thing.
That's a big pecker.
Yeah.
To me, it looks like a praying mantis. I don't know. I mean, that's what it looks like to me.
So like an owl. It's
Yeah.
got the beak.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it looks like a praying mantis. I mean, I don't see it. I mean, the big eyes. I don't know. But it's definitely something that's sticking out of those. It's got a pupil in there too.
Yeah. He's just like poking out of the trees, like, hello.
It made a noise too on the video. You want to hear?
Yeah.
You got the earbuds on?
Of course. It's all I use.
Yeah, it's gonna make a noise. Okay, let me play the footage of it because it makes a noise.
Gilbert, I was a NASCAR driver that day on my way to Dallas.
All right, let me find it. Here you go. Push play on. Let me get the video ready. Check it out. Put on your earbuds. It's gonna make a noise. I'm gonna raise it to the highest for the ears, and there we go. Let me share this out. Right. Believe. Oh. Right here. My hair's already stood up, brother and sisters. I feel something here. From this area. This is the open space where the thing was hovering. Came from the... I don't know if you heard that. I believe... Oh. Right here. My hair's already stood up, brother and sisters.
That noise right there?
I feel something here. You heard it?
Yeah.
From this area.
What is that? Oh my gosh.
This is the open space where the thing was hovering. Came from the... I believe... Oh. Right here. My hair's already stood up, brother and sisters. I feel something here. From this area. This is the open space where the thing was hovering. Came from the...
It sounds almost like it's, think of like 1,000 cicadas all at once, and it made a noise, and then it faded, and then it made another.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm telling you.
Wow.
Did you hear it, Scott?
I'm deaf. Man, you know,
You
I
just
got a
heard-
hearing aid. I got
You
hearing
heard-
aids. I
You
hear
heard
just some. Yeah, I didn't hear anything. I don't know. I'm just.
Oh, if you put on the earbud, you hear it.
Yeah, I don't have those. I'm just listening to my Sony, speaker.
So it sounded loud.
Yeah.
Like it's like it's warning me to get to get away from there in a sensible way. But keep your son in prayers, Gilbert. Let's pray for Gilbert's son at this time. Heavenly Father, we're praying for Gilbert's son for the surgery to be successful. As we're placing heavenly spiritual crosses on him from head to toe, for you to send your heavenly angels of protection. We place so many crosses on the doorway and the window, and for his operation to be successful, Heavenly Father. Heal him from the illness that he's going through. This we pray in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Man, yeah.
So what do you think about that, Sister Brenda?
It's definitely a strange noise.
Remember I told you that they can mimic noises.
Yeah.
And it wasn't an ordinary noise because the way
No.
it sounded.
Yeah.
And it was coming from that vicinity where it was standing. Yeah.
It was peeking out there trying to communicate with you.
Well, it turned its head. Did
Yeah.
you see it turn its head?
Yep.
Because it was facing one way and it turned its head all the way around. And it was pretty tall.
Yeah. It was the biggest owl I've ever seen.
Yeah. I don't think it was a regular owl. I think it was a manifestation.
Yeah.
Yeah, these owls have they're shown through, the
I'll be right back.
symbology.
Okay.
The Bohemian Grove has an owl in it. That one in California has an owl, and they worship this owl. And there's other kinds of things that people worship this owl. So, it's supposed to represent, in our, knowledge is, the owl is the wisdom bird or whatever, but, it's, it's got some kind of, going way back, some kind of, arcane, knowledge, something about, that creature, the owl.
Well, they're not real nice. I've actually come in contact with one, and we had a fight to the death. But they can be pretty mean.
Well, when they fly, their tips of their wings are like, they have the feathers, they have these wings that at the tips, there's these feathers that stick out. And when they fly, it's like, they're like super, you can't hear them at all when they fly. You don't hear the wings flapping. I mean, because they have some kind of a noise thing that's on the tips of their wings. And when they flap, there's, when they take off or they're flying past you and stuff, you don't hear them. They are like, there is like zero noise on those birds. Yeah. You can hear them hoot, and stuff like that. But they're so, hunters at night for mice and whatever they eat. But, just because I remember seeing, when I lived in Minnesota, I had this job before we moved to Iowa, and I took care of this estate, and they were out, in the middle. They were in a suburb that wasn't even on a map. And, I went out at night, and each of the properties, I think they had like 5 acres on each property. And, they had deer and everything that would be roaming around. And then like, I saw this like owl, and, and it like swooped down, not at me, but it was like, flying. And I was amazed at how big this thing was, but yet you could not hear it. It was like, there was no sound, with the wings, flapping. There was like absolutely no flutter, no sound at all. And it was like really weird to see something flying without any sound.
Yeah. I think our military studied them, and that's how they came up with their stealth bombers.
Yeah, I mean, that's a lot of this military stuff is all from animal, the way they're streamlined, and all that stuff. Whales, sharks, all these, even the cars you see, like Ferraris and stuff. They're like, they're fashioned after like a stingray or something. I mean, this is, all these fish, animals, and they get these ideas, and all these jets, these new fighter jets and stuff that they have, they're like, they look almost like a half of a UFO now, a flying saucer in a way. It's kind of weird. Right. But yeah, I mean, yeah, it's amazing though when you look at animals, how they're equipped, with just the way all these different animals are. They have all these special, the makeup of all of them. It's so like, there's got to be an architect here, that's creating, all these, all these insects, especially like insects are fascinating because that's what I majored in college. But it's like, the way their wings come out of their body, the beetles, how they, they take off, or, they're all their wings are like, they're in this capsule, right? And then this opens up, it's like the Lamborghini, it's like the same thing. The doors open up like, it's like a beetle, right? But there's no wings, inside the Lamborghini. But I'm just saying, like, where are they coming up with these ideas, of these sports cars? How the doors open, this and that. It's got to be a lot of it from the insects, I think, because the insects are they're like mechanical. It's like this mechanical situation going on. How they,
Well, I mean, look at the caterpillar. The caterpillar crawls around and just looks like a caterpillar, but yet they turn into a butterfly.
Yeah, it's amazing. They get those
big, beautiful, colorful wings. Where does that come from?
Yeah.
I mean, and it's not like caterpillars are born and then right away they go turn and get in a cocoon and turn into a butterfly. They hang out as caterpillars for quite a long time before they decide to turn into a butterfly.
Yeah. Metamorphosis. Yeah. It takes a while for they call them tent. Those tent. I mean, you don't see this stuff out in Arizona. There's none of this stuff out here. I know probably in Texas they have it all, but here, it's so hot. There's, lack of jungle trees and stuff like that. But yeah, those tent caterpillars and stuff. Fireflies. All these things are just. There is some intelligence, creating all these things, and it's amazing, how, when I lived over in Asia and I took a trip up to Malaysia. Now, the capital of Malaysia is Kuala Lumpur, and I went from Kuala Lumpur up to this area called Cameron Highlands. And it's like an 8-hour bus ride up into the mountains. And I came upon these people at night, and it was really strange. Like, what are they doing? And, Brenda, over there, everything is gargantuan. I mean, let me just give you an example. They have these over here. They have these, like they call them rhinoceros beetles, that they have like a horn, like a rhinoceros, and they fly. They're like a June bug, but bigger, But over there, their bugs over there are like 4 times the size. I mean, they're like 3.5 inches long, where in America it's like 3/4 of an inch. Everything over there is like gigantic.
Wow.
So I'm going over there, and they have their flashlights out. And, they have their blanket out, and I'm going, what are they doing out here? And what they were doing is they go out in the forest at night to collect butterflies and beetles. What they do is they get a tarp and they put it out, in the jungle, and then they put a light there. So all the bugs, they're attracted, and they get like in this trough. It's like a funnel. And they get trapped and they fall into this, the jars or whatever they have for the thing. So they collect all these insects so they can sell them to the universities in America, to study. So I went over there looking, this is like midnight, right? So I go over there and looking, and you should have seen these butterflies. I mean, they're like, I don't know, they're like, like the wing spread is like, but they're gorgeous. The colors of these, I mean, you can look it up on the internet, Asia, these butterflies, but they're not like, in America, you have the monarch, you got the swallowtail, stuff like that. But over there, these are exotic looking, like you're on acid or something. I never took it, but these colors that are on these butterflies are incredible. I ended up buying a couple of these cases, like 3, with these butterflies that are like deep purple, deep blue, just these unbelievable colors. And then they had these beetles, like I'm saying, man, these are like huge. And I mean, they got the pinchers and stuff. Yeah. And they're like, I mean, over here we have June bugs, right? And you know what those are, the green ones, and they make a big noise, or June bugs, right? Well, just picture something like that over there, but it's like 4 inches in diameter. I mean, these are like dinosaur bugs. I mean, they're like
I think
huge.
I think that June bugs are God's creative way of laughing, because I have never seen a June bug that knew how to fly and just land on something. They fly until they run into things and they hit them. You hear thump and they hit the ground. And God forbid if you have long hair and they get in your hair, because getting them out is horrible.
Yeah, because they got those spines on their legs. It's like they got these little grippers. They're like they're like fishing hooks all over on their legs. But yeah, these bugs over there and butterflies. Abe, I was over in this Cameron Highlands, which is an 8-hour bus ride from Kuala Lumpur, which is the capital of Malaysia. And this is, if you're going west towards this place, another landmass called Sumatra. And I tell you that Malaysia is like, I mean, it's a jungle, man. I mean, once you get out of the city, it's like, it's like the Amazon. And I went up there. I almost got sick because the bus ride going up there, it's got these switchbacks. They go, it's just, circular up this mountain, up, and you're up like 8,000 feet or something. But man, I got off that bus and I was almost ready. It's funny. I got off that bus and I was like, and everybody on the bus too was the same way. They were so dizzy. And when they hit that ground, like, you almost like you wanted to kiss the ground. You got off that bus, But anyways, getting back to these bugs and the gorgeous colors of these butterflies, because they would catch them at night. They get the light, and the light attracts all these insects, and they're trading. They're down there on their blankets and they're trading bugs and butterflies. So I go over there and I bargain, like you kind of do. You kind of like you bargain for stuff. And so I got 3 of these cases that I had them even in Minnesota at the time, but I got, moved and got rid of them. But just the colors are just like, who is the architect behind this? I mean, these colors are just gorgeous. I mean, just beautiful. Just, oh my God, and the bugs are like, you just don't want those pinchers, they grab a hold of you, man. They got those, I don't know, they're stag building, they're rhinoceros, these are like kind of those prehistoric beetles, that have armor. I mean, they look like a tank, and they got the big pinchers, but they're huge. They're huge. They're big, and you don't see any of that stuff in America.
Aren't those the ones that look like they got those hooked pig noses? Like they're yeah.
I guess
something beetles. What is the other ones called? The ones that I had an encounter with something out there like that when I was in. We're coming back from the war, and our tank had given out. Right, our tank had given out, and they left us behind, and they said they were going to cut when they get to the alpha that they were going to send the mechanics to come for a vehicle, because there was already pulling the vehicle. So we were waiting. We're going to be there overnight, and they're going to come back the following day. So we're out there, and I had to go use the restroom. So we had the brown MREs, and we use the MRE, and we use it as a toilet, the casing.
Right.
So we'll put it on the ground, and we just sit on top of it and handle our business. So I get it, go out there, get on the sand, it's dark, so you can see anything that what's around, you know. So when I'm looking with the flashlight, I just found a spot, right? And I'm there handling business. As I'm handling business, I'm there. I just hear all kinds of noise, like, and I'm like, what the? It's like, hey, there's something around me. I'm like, and I just hear
Tremors.
Scurrying of little feet.
all around me, like all around me. I think there's scorpions over here, you know. And I'm like freaking out, and then they hit me with a freaking flashlight from top of the tank. It was nothing but dung beetles.
Yeah, dung
They were
beetles.
black
Wow.
all around me. You know, when we talk
Oh
about the
no.
abyss, or we talk about something black, like a black portal, it was nothing but beetles. I'm talking about hundreds of them.
God,
They were there for the poop.
for the
Yeah.
smell.
And I put I wiped real fast, got the hell out of there. They were all
Right.
around me. I was in the middle, and there was a big circle full of black beetles.
They were
Crazy.
just waiting. They were waiting for you to get up so they could rush right in and clean up. I know, right? Could you imagine? Oh man.
Yeah, they were all my company command. I mean, my lieutenant was laughing. My gunner was laughing their ass off. They're all making fun of me. I said, "Ah, shit." I mean, there were hundreds of them
Yeah, just like that. They just moved in real quick.
out of nowhere. They just come out of nowhere.
Wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I don't
they come
know
out.
if they smell the
Man.
poop or what, man. But there were all I hear is like,
Yeah, they live under the ground. They come up.
Yeah,
You
come
know.
up out of the sand, don't they?
so I guess I must pick the wrong spot to handle business.
Yeah.
They-
Well, I mean, if you're gonna get rid of it, there's no better way than hundreds of dung beetles. I mean, nobody else has to clean up.
I had a similar story, Abe, like that, because I left California, and like I said, this guy invited me to Minnesota to move to. So I said, you know what, I'm gonna travel with my truck and my camper shell, Brenda, and I'm gonna go all over, you know, because I have no timeline. I can, you know, my truck's paid for, I got gas money, and I'm gonna go, you know, to California, Canada, Oregon, Washington, you know, everywhere. I'm going to go up to, you know, beyond Banff, Canada, glacier fields, Yellowstone Glacier, all that stuff. So anyway, here's the story. So I'm in Wyoming, and you know, it's vast, and I pull off the road, and I don't camp in any campground or anything. I just pull off and stuff, and my camper shell, I got a foam in there and stuff. So I decided at night I put my blanket out, and I'll just lay in the blanket because you see the stars. Oh my God, this is beautiful. You know, Wyoming, it's open sky there. And so I'm laying there at night, and it's probably like 10 o'clock, I guess. And because it was pretty hot. This is summer because I left Santa Cruz, California like in late May. And so I would say this would be like June. This was in latter June, I guess, probably. So I'm laying there, and I hear all this scurrying, Abe, just like what you're saying. And I'm hearing this tick, 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 you know, all this scurrying around. I'm going, what the hell? You know? And I'm like being surrounded. You know, I'm hearing all these feet that are running around. And I'm going, like, Jesus. So I grabbed my flashlight, and, you know, I have it's a big size blanket kind of thing. And I'm just laying there because I was thinking maybe I can go to sleep, you know, right outside. And, you know, it's cool outside. I don't want to go to my camper shell, and, you know, it's hot in there and stuff. So I put my light on. It's all these kangaroo mice that have come up from the ground. They have all these holes, and they're jumping around, you know, and a kangaroo mouse is it's like a mouse with long legs. Yeah. And it's like, you know, it's perched, and they hop like a bunny rabbit, you know, and these guys are jumping around. Holy crap, man. I ended up jumping on my hood of my truck. And I put a dent in my truck, man. I got on there, and I jumped on that hood, and the metal back in those days, it's kind of cheap. They make them lightweight for these, lightweight trucks. And I put a dent in the hood. I jumped on the hood because it's like, oh my God, they're coming, they're like around me. And I couldn't even like get to the back of my truck, to get to the, because I didn't have I only had one way to get in. It was in the back. And I'm like on the hood, so I waited and waited and waited. Finally, I left the blanket stuff out there, and I ended up like climbing off my hood, and running to the back of my truck, jump in there and shut my window and stuff. Oh my God. It was crazy, man. I mean, and all these, there was like, I would say, God, maybe like 50 of these, these mice. And they, because I saw that they had holes. And you never, in the daytime, you don't see the holes, because it's sandy and it was like dirt or sandy or something. You don't really see that, but you don't even know that something lives down in there, and that they come up at night, man. They're just like running around. Oh my God, and they're big. They're like, like 4 inches, 5 inches long, but they got these real long back legs. And so, they stand up high, a mouse is down ground level, right? Well, these things are like, they're standing on, they're standing on like two legs with their other four legs, they're like dangling, just like a kangaroo. They call them kangaroo mice. Yeah. And they're like, crazy, man. I'm going like, well, again, I pulled off, and I always pull off to these places, and I took off. I was on the road, Brenda. I took off in May, and I was gone May, June, and like almost 3 months. I was on the road, and I saw all these zoos and you name it. I explored everything I could. And that was my RV. What you're talking about, going around and see stuff. I did that. For like 3 months, without a gun. I just had a deer knife, because you live in California, you're not allowed to have guns. They don't promote guns or anything like that. I mean, people do hunting, but I lived on the coast, and, there was no need, I never had a gun for protection. I mean, and luckily, God, I was like really lucky, but I was fortunate to, to have the money to go and travel anywhere I wanted, and not to go into too many of the stories, but man, like almost 3 months, man, 3 months traveling by myself, eating, drinking Ham's beer and drinking and eating ramen, I had my stove and, Campbell soup or something, crackers, and I was like, roughing it, it was fun, I had my bicycle. I was in the front of the truck, mounted. I had to take the seat off. So, but, I moved, and, I just had a few things, with me, and I just took off, and it was like, I'm going to do this, man, So it was, because I knew, if I got married, I'll never be able to do this, to go, to take off, and so got married and got buried, and
it happens to the best of us.
Yeah, I mean, but it was a lot of fun, So that was another, like Abe's, like your story too, man. It was creepy, God, man. you're just unaware of that stuff even happening, that would come out at night, because you look over there like nothing there, nothing lives here, nothing can live here,
Right.
Oh my God, until
So
the nightfall comes.
there was another time I was up there pulling guard on top of one of the mountain ranges on Fort Hood over there by Claver Creek, and I was at that time I was working for S3, and I was pulling guard up there, and I was just walking back and forth. I had the rifle, just like, man, I don't want to just be standing here. Let me just walk back and forth for exercise. So I'm walking back and forth for exercise, and as I'm walking back and forth, when I turn around to walk back, I see something coming at me. It's kind of like we run into each other. I look at it and it looks at me. So what I'm looking at is this big giant snake.
Oh,
So it wasn't paying attention like I wasn't paying attention. So it's kind of like when we locked eyes with each other, both of us went the opposite way. It's kind of like a
right.
cartoon. I went one way and it went the other. Because I was looking down, he was looking down. So when we locked faces, we like scared each other and we went the opposite way.
That
And
is
I
a
was like, man,
cartoon.
if I would have recorded that and sent it to America's Funny Home Videos, there probably would have been, it was a
That would
snake.
have been
That
hilarious.
would have been
We're
good.
looking down, and when we look up, we make eye contact, and I scare it, and it scares me, and we go opposite ways. I'm like, God
That is
damn,
funny.
why is it scared of me? You should have seen how big it was. It was a big, giant rat snake.
Wow.
It was
Yeah,
huge.
I've heard those things get really big.
Oh yeah, it was an old one. It was huge, but I don't know what it seen of me, but it got scared and took off the other way.
What saw the light? You had your flashlight or what?
No, this is during the day, in the
Oh,
in the afternoon.
oh, I
It was
got you.
daylight.
Yeah, I forgot.
I was just
Which
pulling guard, and when I was looking down, because I was just walking back and forth, when I lift my head up, or when I lift the head up, it kind of like, I guess it was slithering, and when I lifted its head, it lifted its head too. And we looked at each other, we went separate ways. I mean, it literally did a UE and took off back into the wool line.
That's
Or
funny.
you went
Oh
back
my,
into a soul.
whoops.
that's hilarious. That is
I was
hilarious.
like,
Yeah,
what? How in the hell is that? It was just funny as hell.
God, yeah. I can see that. That is like a
I don't know if I
cartoon. Yeah.
wanted to be scared
Oh
or I
my
just
God.
wanted to laugh. Thinking about it, I mean, it's like something you see in a cartoon.
Right? Yeah. Oops.
Meow.
I was looking at him, I was like, damn, it must be that ugly that scared the snake.
Meow.
And Snake was like, "Oh, sorry. I
It's
thought I
like,
was
oh
still in the
shit, what the
trees."
heck? The snake said, oh shit, what is that? And took off. It was a big old rat snake. It was huge. I never seen one that big before. I've
Yeah.
run into, I never really run into no copperheads. I mean, where I used to live in Heather Glen, there was copperheads there,
Yep.
but out there, I've never really ran into like all the training I did. I ran into a lot of water moccasins.
Oh, those
They
things are
used,
mean.
yeah, there are some green ones too.
Yeah, they'll chase you.
Huge, huge green ones.
They're like, "Come here, I need to bite you. Get over here." And they will
Oh no,
run after
there
you.
was there was one so big, Sister Brenda, in a log that I seen it set stick out one out of the log and the other way, and his whole body was still moving in the log.
Oh,
That's how big it was. And
yeah.
my platoon's like, get the fuck away from it.
Yeah.
He-
What's the
He's
matter
gonna
with you?
get you. It was huge inside the log, and the log was pretty long. The head was already out the other way, and it was still moving. The body was still moving in the log. That's how big it was.
I know that out at Susie's ranch, of course, because she's out there in the middle of nowhere, she's got a creek that runs through her property. And there's a lot of between the creek and the little river that runs back there. There's a lot of them, and anytime she goes out there to go have to do fencing or whatever, they have to take weapons with them because you'll be out there trying to do something. Before you know it, you've got 10 of them running towards you. And so she has to shoot at them.
The wild boars, yeah.
You know, the wild boars, the water, the, what do you call those? Water moccasins or
Water
whatever they're
moccasins.
called. Yeah.
They'll chase.
Those. Yeah. They're mean.
Yeah, another name they call them cottonmouths.
Yeah.
Yeah, those things.
We had those. Yeah, we had those in Virginia, but we had copperheads too. But I never saw any copperheads. I saw water moccasins, but not copperheads.
I've seen black snakes here in Central Texas. They're huge.
Yeah.
But the black snakes kill the rattlesnakes.
Yeah. They do. They
And
kill other snakes.
In Elms Grove, they have black snakes, Sister Brenda. Big black snakes that look like kind of like a boa.
Yeah.
Big ones.
Man. I used to have a red-tailed boa when I lived in California years ago. And when I had moved to Arizona, I still had her with me. And she was about 6 foot long, I would say. She was a pretty big girl, but she did not like men. She was okay with women, but she didn't like men. And so when I was dating my husband, when I first met him, he had met her. And he was like, wow, she's gorgeous. And I said, don't touch her. You need to leave her alone. And he says, well, take her out. I want to see her. I said, I can't hand her to you. She doesn't like men. Oh, yeah, she does. Look, she's reaching for me. And I said, oh, okay. So I picked her up and I put her around my neck. And he was standing there and she's scooting over to go get him. And I'm telling him, you better back up. I'm telling you, she does not like men. Oh, no, look, she's kissing my cheek. She's kissing my cheek. And all of a sudden, she opened her mouth and it was over. She bit into the side of his face.
Wow.
And I said, I told you she does not like men. So when him and I got married, he was like, I'm going to tell you this. This is what we're going to do. And I said, what are we going to do? He said, you're going to get rid of that snake or I'm going to turn her into a belt. I said, whoa. I called a friend of mine and she came over and picked her up, and they had to bring a truck to get her enclosement over there. But yeah, she did not like men. She never bit a woman and was always fine with women, but for some reason she just did not like men. So I figured, well, I'll save her life and I'll give her to somebody, because he surely would have done something to her. He didn't like her after she bit him. And it's not like I didn't warn him. But yeah, I liked her. I don't have a problem with snakes if I know that they're not venomous and I find them like in my house or scurrying around somewhere where I need them to not be. Because I have to remember, I have a very small dog now, and any kind of a big snake will try to get him. So I will take them and I'll get it behind them and grab them by their tail and stretch them out and then move them. Because while they're stretched, they cannot strike. So I was at an apartment one day, and there was a woman going up to her front door, and she screamed and she ran. And I'm like, what is wrong with her? There's a snake by my door. It's trying to get in my door. So I went over and looked at it. And Abe, I'm here to tell you, it was the strangest snake I have ever seen out here in Texas. It looked like a rattlesnake, but it had no rattle. It was very aggressive, and it was standing. Very little of it was on the ground. Its body was standing. I couldn't even get behind it to grab its tail because it was up so high. And anytime you tried to go around it, whole body would move with it. And I was like, oh, no, well, I'm not sure about this because I don't know what this snake is. So the gardener happened to have been out there, and I'm like, hey, can you help us grab this snake and move it away from this woman's house so she can get in the door? He walks over there, he takes one look, walks back, comes back. He had a shovel in his hand, and he just nailed that thing right in the neck with the shovel and then scooped it up and threw it away. He's like, there you go. I'm like, oh, it was that easy, I guess. But I didn't know what it was. I've seen a lot of different varieties of snakes, but this one was strange. And they said after a while that it wasn't venomous, but it was aggressive, and it would have bit had it have got its fangs on me. But I was like, wow, Texas has some really weird snakes.
Oh yeah.
Well, that's why I shot that camel spider when my ex came back from Iraq. I didn't want that thing running around and breeding with our tarantulas. We would have ended up with some kind of mighty morphed spiders running around Texas.
They kill scorpions, right?
What, camel spiders?
Yeah.
I don't know. I know they hang off the bellies
That's
of
what I
camels.
read. I'm not sure, but somebody told me that.
I don't know.
I have to research that again. But we had those, and I'm not familiar with Arizona insects and stuff out here, and they have a lot of crazy stuff out here. And I saw that spider, and I'm like, what is that? That thing is that's weird looking. I mean, what is it? It's not a scorpion. It's not what is that? It's not it's like something weird, but I heard something like they keep them alive because they eat the scorpions or something, like they're scorpion hunters or something. I don't know. I could be wrong, but
Well, I know full grown, they're way bigger than a scorpion. So, yeah, I guess I could see it trying to catch them to be a meal.
maybe
I don't
they.
know. But I know when that one crawled out of my husband's bag and I hit it with the shovel and nothing happened, I knew I had to unload a 38 in him. I lived in Heather Glen then, Abe.
Heather Glen?
Yeah, I lived there when he brought that camel spider home in his bag. He didn't even know it was in there. I'm like, how did this get through customs? He says, well, look at that thing. They don't want them there anymore, so they just shipped it back here. It's a spy spider. Yeah, no. That's what I told you, Abe. We've lived all over the place. We've been following each other around for years and didn't even know it. You lived in Heather Glen. I lived in Heather Glen.
Yeah.
I know a lot about Elms Grove. And my daughter used to live in Temple. It's a crazy.
I want to share a photo that I just found looking through my archives.
Okay.
I don't know what the hell this is, but I want to share it with y'all. You tell me what you think.
All right.
You see how big it looks on the screen here. Let me look for it first. Jaime, don't get triggered with this, Jaime.
Go.
Because
Hi, honey.
that's what Jaime was talking about earlier. The guy that killed all those children in the Christian church. But here we go. Oh my God. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Dang it. Let me work on it.
It's a chimp carrying a log. I don't know.
Let me work on this. Oh my god, it made it small.
Well, that's not
Let me see how I
good.
can get it bigger.
Yeah, I seen that. I seen the video that was put out when he was going through his manifesto. That was like, I swear, 125 pages. And I guess his mom worked there at that school. I heard a very disturbing thing today. I heard that in certain places, you know, they have the problem with the boys going in the girls' bathrooms and all this.
Yeah.
Well, I heard that I'm trying to remember if it was California or one of those other cuckoo places. That if a little girl wants to go in and use the bathroom in school and she doesn't want the boys in there, that they make her sign this thing stating that she has a mental problem, and that's why she doesn't want a boy in the bathroom. Now, my thought was, if my daughter was going to school and she didn't want to share a bathroom with a boy, she's not going to sign no paper saying she's the one that has the mental problem, because I'm going to have to go to that school and the principal and I are going to have to talk about their mental condition that they're fixing to get, because that's wrong. But yet the little boys that want to go into the little girls' bathrooms, they don't have to sign nothing saying that they have a mental problem. I just do not understand. Boy, I'll tell you, the world we're living in today.
Yeah, again, I have to bring up that board like yesterday. It's that school board, the people that that are in charge of these school districts and stuff. Those are the people that are being possessed by another hand. That's outside that district.
Well, Linda McMahon needs to put her butt to work and get this stuff fixed. That's all I got to say.
All right, here we go. I'm fixing to share the picture, y'all.
Okay.
I pulled my kid out.
Don't freak out with it. So, I know. I just seen it. I was looking through. I was trying to because I had a picture of me holding a boa snake, and I couldn't find the picture, but I found something else. So let's share this.
Okay.
Let me get to it first. Let me find it. Okay, here we go.
What in the world?
You see the face?
Yeah.
What do you think about that?
What's he got? A lizard? You grab a lizard or something?
That's not no lizard.
No, the yellow thing. Isn't that like a?
That's a tree.
God, what am I looking at here? I see.
Why does it kind of look like it's got like a little bear face or something?
Look at the
It
face.
looks
Look at the
Yeah.
nose.
I see it. Look at that.
You want to take a close look at the face?
Yeah.
Or that's pretty good right there.
Looks pretty good to me.
Let me see how it looks in your screen. I can get it to show the face. What do you think about that?
Is that the Tasmanian devil?
Oh man. Look, I'll do a close up of the face so y'all can see the face. But you see the arm there?
Yeah.
Let's look at the face. Let me work on the face. That's pretty huge, Scott Baker.
don't know. I'm off tonight.
It looks a little cute. I might take it home and feed it.
I mean, yeah, I'm looking at that too. And
You want me to put some color on the face?
Yeah, put some color on the face. You ready? You ready? Ready, Scott?
yeah, I mean, I can't see nothing tonight. Oh my God.
All right. And Scott don't got his glasses on.
Scott, I'm blind. I can see it.
No, I got glasses. I still can't. I don't see that depth perception. No, yeah, just my regular.
All right, here we go. Let me show the face. Anybody see that right there? Where's Jaime? Jaime not
Yeah,
seeing
where
it.
is Jaime?
Seeing the picture? This is not Elms Grove, Jaime. This is in Temple, Texas. Yeah, this is from Elms from Temple, Texas. All right, let's show the close up of the face.
Okay.
Here we go.
Oh. Wow.
Even got a nose. I put some filters on it.
So I see the one arm, but it also looks like it's got a hand in front of it too.
Yeah, well, on this one, on shoot, on
There
that
you go.
one.
Yeah.
I was just showing you the face, the close up of the face.
God,
Yeah,
what
you talking about this hand?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to get a close up of the face. Here it is, right there.
Oh, what is that?
I don't know.
I see.
I would
I saw
say, uh, I don't know, Sister Brenda. Something demonic? Did he end? It looks like he got fur.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a definite there. Yeah, it's got some kind of fur and the skin. I don't know. There's a bunch of stuff going in on that one.
An
Oh my God.
An Iraqi weasel came over and breeded with one of our raccoons, and this is what we got.
You got a two-headed.
Yeah, I see the face there, but
Like
it does
bunch
have
of-
hair on it.
yeah.
Looks like
Yeah,
it's got like a mustache underneath its nose too.
Yeah, that's one of those, again, those photos you take a look at it again because it's, I don't know, it's got a lot of different overlays or something in it.
There you go. I sent with the color, or we did it the picture with the color. There we go.
Wow.
Look at the face. Does it look troll like, or does it look? Is that a Texas squash? What people would call a squash?
It's got ears.
Oh no. Maybe a troll.
Demon, DDN.
A little skinwalker.
Yeah, I mean,
Look at the face.
Yeah.
It's got a prominent nose.
Yep.
Is that a good capture
Yeah,
right there? Should I make that a short reel?
Yeah.
it's got some
Is
kind
that-
of brown, like brown, reddish hair.
Is that a candidate for a short reel?
It
What do you
is.
think?
Now, did you catch that while you were just walking around and spanning around?
Yeah.
Wow.
Is that a hand that's in front of that tree?
Yeah.
Okay, all right.
An
I
arm.
wasn't sure. Yeah, the arm.
I'm
But the
thinking this
finger,
is some kind of
you can
branch right here.
you can see the fingers, can't you, on that arm?
But you can see the face, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, yeah. I see it now. Yeah.
You know what gave its position away? The sun. I think that's a DDN. There's somebody demon and Nephilim. I don't
Hmm.
know, but what do you think, Sister Brenda?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, what else could it be? I mean, it obviously isn't an actual animal or a person. It's kind of weird looking.
There's only one thing that I could think it could be. Well, I don't know. Somebody came in here last night with a certain name the A name that you were talking about, Sister Brenda, about
Oh,
this thing that's in the woods. Then it's got the A name.
um, uh,
You know, the A name, the demon.
oh, yeah. Really? Somebody had that name?
Somebody came in here last night, and 2 nights ago, and they said they're warning me about something. And they had the name with the A and the two Z's,
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't say
and
that.
they came and they said that they were warning me about something, and so I looked up the picture
Yeah.
and check it out. Let me see. See if I can find the picture because I looked it up to see what it was, but yeah, it's something demonic for sure, or they have the manifest to look like even us. But yeah, look at the features.
Yeah, that looks like maybe it is stuck in between morphing. Uh,
Yeah, I agree. I agree. It's almost, I mean, I could say it's got mange, but it's morphine, though, I think.
Let me work on this photo, and I want to show you something
okay.
because you can see how it looks. It just uh okay. Let me work on it. I found it. I was looking for a photo of me with a boa constrictor of a boa around my neck, and I ran into this picture. So I said, let me share it.
Wow.
What's your thoughts on that, Scott Baker?
Oh, it's got shoulders. The head, there's no neck, you know. So again, it's a cryptid wolf of some sort, either, but it's got the hair you can see, but it's got the skin, like, the skin around the face, the face doesn't have facial hair, but it's
No, I
got
won't post. I won't post
brownish.
the other. I was trying to post that other picture, but I don't know, for some reason it's not letting me. So maybe it's telling me not to post it.
Well,
What do you all think?
I was sitting here thinking about what you said. They came in to warn you, and then today, Josh had problems with somebody. What, I don't even know what's going on there. I did see his post though today, and I was like, oh my god. I kind of wonder if they're all the same group of people.
I believe so. Well, they're all cult affiliated to the cult. Check it out. I'm gonna send this. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna put the picture. You see how this looks, right?
Yeah.
But this is just to me. I'm thinking is like a DDN. But that's what I'm talking about. The person that came in, they had a name. They had this name of this. You see the two horns that it's got right there.
Yep.
And you kind of look at this, kind of resembles that a little bit.
Oh. Yeah. Yeah.
But I have another picture that resembles that too. Let me find it and I'll send it. It's a picture that I took in Elms Grove, actually. Let me see if I can find it. Well, I think you see that this is the one that starts with the A. There's
Yeah.
a guy that came in with that A and he said he's warning me about something, blah blah blah. So I
Yeah.
figured it was some part of a cult.
And
But I do have something else here. Let me stop sharing this.
yeah, Rain's right. I remember now the about the nuclear event or something. Yeah. That was weird.
Yeah, but the name that he had
Yeah.
was the name of that. That's the name that he had as his Facebook or whatever. Man, what happened to my YouTube?
Who on earth would name their child that?
Was that?
I said, and who would name their child that if that was his actual name?
That movie Fallen by Denzel Washington, that was who he was hunting, that name. You know that movie, Denzel Washington,
Yeah.
called Fallen. That's a good movie. I was going to ask you something, Brenda. And I don't know if you were on the show, but, we're going to talk about this dimension thing because I was like 5 or 6 years old. We went camping in upstate New York, and I was in a pup tent, and we had a big family tent and stuff. They were those canvas tents. They're heavy duty and stuff. And I woke up, and I don't know if I needed to go to the bathroom or not. I couldn't remember, but I was pretty young. I was 5 or 6 maybe, and this particular campsite is not where we normally camped or where my uncle's cabin was upstate New York. But anyways, this particular campsite, um, I woke up, everybody was sleeping and stuff. It was late at night, and I unzipped the zipper, because, in your tent, you've got that screen that zips up, right?
Yeah.
And so I zipped it down or up, I forget which way, and I looked out. We had this bonfire that was like right in the middle, of the camp, and it's kind of all cleared out. So because the sparks and all that kind of stuff, and I don't know if it was a pit or not or whatever, but in that flame, I looked at that flame and I saw a face of like a devil with the horns. Now, here's the thing. I wasn't dreaming, but here's the question I'm going to pose to you, and maybe even your friend Susie may know that, or Abe too, is because I don't know if I try to express this, in a fire, okay, is that fire burning, that temperature, or just the fire in itself? Is it, is it a projection of a different dimensions? Can something peer out of that flame, in the flame, because it's not, it's of course, I don't know what a fire burns that. I don't know. It's what.
Well,
Uh,
there is such thing as fire demons.
well, what I'm saying is something. There was an actual face with horns. In that fire when I looked at it, and it was looking at me.
Yeah.
In that fire. Now, as a young boy too, I think when you're very young, your eyes are, I think, a lot more sensitive, and you can see a lot. I think you can see better, when you're really young. You're never
Yeah.
told that, but I think the acuteness and how your eyes are so for some reason they're you know they're more open to the spirituality as far as vision goes, and maybe hearing too. But I actually saw that, so I was just wondering from you, get your interpretation. That is this flame, is it could it be a portal, could it be something that something can show itself through a flame, like you're saying, these flame demons or something? Or
I actually do think that they can. I know one time Susie had set a bunch of her brush and stuff on fire. She was burning to get rid of all the dead stuff, and she sent me these pictures. And in these pictures, there was a face of the devil. It had horns. It had sunken in dark eyes, everything. And so we started looking into it, and they started talking about fire demons. Well, New York, because of Montauk, I think New York is just a very wicked place to be, anyways. So I mean, it's a good possibility, but it also could have been a fire demon. And Abe, what on earth is that thing on the screen?
What I was trying to show you, that was from the other side of Elms Grove where you work, and he's got
Oh,
horns.
oh wow.
Look, let me do a close up of it. It's got horns, sister Brenda.
It's probably that thing that likes to growl when you park your car back there.
That's the one that said yeah, and it said run. It's got two horns right in the center. You can see the
Wow.
horns right here,
Yep.
and that right in the center has got two horns.
Is that a skinwalker or what?
He's got two horns, brother Scott. So I would assume
I see
demonic
that.
nature.
That's not a werewolf.
It's got two horns right in the
Yeah.
center of the head, going upward. See them? The two horns.
Yep.
Yeah. It doesn't have a snout. It just has, it's like the mouth, it's like an elongated mouth, but the teeth and everything are there. But yeah, it doesn't really have a snout, like if it was a werewolf or something.
Hey, there's Susie. Hi, Susie. I was just talking about her.
There we go.
House.
There you go.
That is a creepy looking thing.
Yeah, well, this is the one that opens and closes his mouth, and it's got two horns right there, sticking up. I think I have the short reel of it opening and closing his mouth. It's the one that, they just a close up of the face so people could see the horns that are sticking out on the forehead. You know how I showed the picture of the thing with two horns?
Yeah.
There you go, two horns right in the center. I just wanted to share that with y'all. Because of course, I got the video where it's moving its head and all that. I just wanted to share that with y'all.
But
undo a Jaime Alanis, I digress.
but yeah, Scott, Susie had in the fire that she was doing. Not only did she have like that demon face, but you could see figures that looked like it looked like natives, and there was a few of them, and it looked like they were doing some kind of a dance in the fire.
Wow,
There's Sister Susie right there. How you doing, Sister Susie?
Yeah,
so that must have been a pretty big bonfire then. I mean, for that size, you know.
it was, yeah, it was a pretty good size. I don't remember if that's the one that she had to order a bunch of pizza for the volunteer fire department or not, but she sometimes has to do that. Keep telling her she's destitute to marry a fireman.
She said she had a ball of fire. It was a demon. Came out of my brother, and it grabbed me. I rebuked it. It went through my wall.
Oh yeah, that's an interesting story. That's interesting.
I got something like a picture or something like that of something like I know. All I know is I heard something growl at me real loud, and I snapped a picture without no flash, and I captured something. It happened in the park in Elms Grove, and let me see if I can find that picture and I'll share it with y'all, which looks like some kind of energy.
Oh,
It happened at nighttime. Okay, let me look at my picture. Let me find it real quick. And I'll share it with y'all.
Susie, I have been out and about today. I uh I was on the show with Glenn tonight because his co-host was working, and then I got done over there, and I came over here. I'm just spreading around all over the place.
Here you go. I'm gonna share it. This is what I captured in Elms Grove one evening. As it is, I was fighting spiritually already because the shadow figures had come over to the house and they were messing around, banging on the walls and stuff. And I went out there and I prayed and I went towards the park because I could see them coming out of the wool line, and they were going back into the wool line as I was praying, against them. Then I heard something growl at me, and I took a picture where I heard. Well, actually, this one sounded like a lot of voices, like there was many of them sharing, like like getting ready for war or something. So let me see if I send the picture to y'all. Yeah, I send it. Okay, here we go. But let me see if it even blows up first before I share it, because it might look small, and it sure does. Let me take a screenshot off of that. Okay, let me work on this picture here. Ah, let's try this again. See how it's gonna. It might not even come out to the normal size. We'll
Uh-oh.
see. Uh, Hell no. Try this one more time. Yeah. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Yep.
All right. I'll try one more time. If not, I don't know what's going on. If it's going to allow me to do it or not. No, it's not. It's not letting me share it big screen.
Oh.
So let me try this again. Oh, it's just showing me a little picture of it. And I'm trying to get the full size picture, and it's not letting me. Which I've never had that problem before.
Hmm.
So this is what I was trying to share, but it's not going to do me no justice because it's going to look too small. Uh, I think I've shared it before. That's an Elms Grove, like energy.
Yeah.
I don't know if y'all can see that, but it probably looks small on your screen. I need to make it bigger, so I'm going to try to figure out how to make it bigger. But I'll share it in a moment. See if I could get the picture right. It's not allowing me to share it bigger than that for some reason.
That was just something that you took a picture of. Uh,
Yeah, that's actually a picture.
you seen it and took it.
Was that?
I said you seen it out there, so you took a picture of it.
Well, I just heard something like a lot of disembodied voices, like talking a different language, and something was saying something in a different language, and then you could hear other voices like they're getting hyped up to go to war or something.
Oh wow.
Sounded like they were coming from a different dimension. I just it doesn't let me show you the full picture for some reason.
I did look up, Brenda, like temperature can be converted to a frequency.
Oh yeah.
So, um, and fire burns like between 1100 and 1400, like a normal wood fire. So the conversion rate, to a frequency again, being a small child and being able to see, you know, with with a different sense, because as we get older, everything, we get programmed into not seeing stuff and taught anything, right? Everything is mind controlled after kindergarten, right? So, you know, um, but being so young, you see these things. I used to have crazy nightmares all the time, and uh, I'd be going into my mom's bed or my dad's bed to sleep with them.
Yeah.
But anyways, that fire thing, that is, there is a calibration that
Hey,
it can be converted.
Abe, look in your side thing. I just shared a picture, and it's the one of the fire that Susie had out there that has the big, huge demon face in it.
Mm-hmm.
I put it on the share screen, but I think you have to pull it up.
Share screen. Oh,
Do you see it?
yes.
Look at that. You see the eyes, the nose, the mouth, and
Yeah.
it's got the like ears or horns or something out of the side of its head. But if you look down, it looks like a figure of somebody standing on its shoulder on that one side. Look at that thing. She sent me that picture and I automatically focused in on it and went, whoa, what is that? Yeah. That came out of her fire. Scott, do you see it?
Yeah, I mean, I'm seeing a couple things. The bottom, right? There's one on the top too, but the one on the bottom you're looking at, right?
No, the one on the top, that big face on the top.
Yeah, but look down below. Go down where the bigger area is.
Oh, okay, yeah.
You know, I don't know. Yeah. But mine was, yeah, of course, I don't, but I remember, pretty vividly, you know, uh, it was a fire that was probably 3 feet high and pretty wide, but there was a very distinct face with the horns, I mean, it was very, and I never told my parents about that, at all, and didn't tell any of my sisters or anything because, you go back to bed and, you forget about stuff, but, I'm like an elephant, I remember stuff, when I was little, but I can't remember what I did yesterday,
Yeah. I walk into a room and forget what I was going in there for.
Yeah, exactly. Like, yeah. And, but, when it comes down to these supernatural, things that happen, I pay very close attention to my life, and listening to everybody else's stories, it's fascinating to see, things that,
Look at that.
That's from Mills Grove.
Wow.
And it was dark, pitch dark, right there by the park. When I heard all this noise, the sounds that I was telling you,
Yeah.
and that's the energy that's what I captured. I took the picture with no, just with no, what do you call it, flash,
Wow.
and that's what I captured right there. I pointed it where I was hearing all this disembodied voices, and there's the image that came out there in Elms Grove.
And you didn't see that with your eye?
No.
Wow.
What do you think that is?
Looks like energy. That actually looks like it might not be very good energy.
No, because it's color red.
Yeah.
Demonic, most likely. I would say. Yeah, it was. Yeah, if you look at it, looks like I don't know. Just dark energy.
Jaime. What do you think of that, Jaime? Where's Jaime?
I could take a closer look at it. Let me do one more screenshot. Don't want to take away from the picture, but I could take one more screenshot off of it to make it closer.
That could be a symbol too. That white lettering could be a lettering of a symbol or something too. Maybe.
Good possibility.
Some kind of Enochian language or some devil language or something.
Let's take a closer look, y'all. One more closer look.
Oh.
Looks like a face up here.
Yeah.
There's a face right there, guys. Let me one more closer look. I'm gonna crop it one more time.
Can you put that in black and white at all? Is there any way to put a screen over that?
Yeah, I'm just trying to get a closer look at it.
Yeah, it does. It looks like there's a face behind that light.
Yeah. Maybe it was a shapeshifter skinwalker manifesting.
Ooh.
Something. Okay, let me send it.
I would imagine while they're shape-shifting that they use quite a bit of energy to do that.
There we go. Oh yeah, definitely a face, Sister Brenda.
Yeah.
Right there. He was looking at me. Let me. You want me to do it closer?
Yeah, I
Or
would do the black. Do the black and white too, because that made the definition maybe come out better.
yeah. Let me draw it one more time, and then I'll put different filters on it.
I don't know why my computer just flashed a little box that says, "You're waking up in 8 hours." What? God, my computer just does all kinds of stupid things on its own. But
Hey,
if you look at that face, it looks like the light is coming out of its mouth. Oh,
All right. Let me share it one more time. A closer look at it. I did one with black and white, like Scott wanted, but let me look at the one with the color first.
Jaime wants to know when that picture was taken.
This picture, man, ooh, I'm not for sure when. It's one of my first pick. Maybe 2011. You see it right there, the face.
Yeah.
So we did a black and white one for Scott Baker. Looks, yeah, it's definitely looking. I don't know what all this is. All right, here we go. Black and white.
Oh, well then.
Was that Sister Brenda?
If you look at it in black and white, it looks like, of course, you see the face. So it looks like it kind of has a body and
Yeah.
it's standing behind those squiggle lines.
Yes.
Wow. Interesting.
It may be the witch of the area.
Oh yeah, now that could be.
It was
That is
looking too.
what fascinates me is how bright that is, and you didn't see it with your eye, but you caught
Yeah.
it that you caught it when you took the picture. Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know I was gonna take a picture because I didn't use a flash, so I caught it off guard, I guess. Do you think that is a this one should be is that should make this one a show reel also
Yeah.
with the color and the white, or just because those are the colors that it has. Of course, we've seen a duller. No, those are the colors right there.
Yeah. I think because I think you need to do it with the colors so they could see.
The energy.
Yeah. Ow.
Yeah.
Wow.
All right, let me take it off. It's just pure energy, manifested energy. There you go.
Taken on the front of the door. What, Jaime? What are you talking about? The front of the door? Wow, that's a really interesting picture.
It was pure energy.
yeah, I was checking on those symbols to see if it was some sort of language, and I couldn't find anything. I was looking up this Enochian language and the symbols and stuff, but I couldn't really because actually both those symbols are identical, but one's bigger than the other. If you look at it. You know, there's the same, that white energy. It's the same. It's the same kind of line, but it's one's fatter than the other. And I was checking up some of this, you know, if it was a symbol or language that was manifesting, but I couldn't find anything that made any sense.
No, Jaime, that was in the park, man. The picture was taken in the park. In the park itself, in the open space. I was walking and I heard something in the air where there's something like you hear something saying something in a different language. Then you could hear some kind of cheering, like they're getting hyped up, getting ready for war or something. And then something say something again, and you could hear different disembodied voices, like they're getting ready to attack. And when I heard that, that's when I took the picture.
Yeah, you pointed the picture where you heard it.
Yeah, the one speaking sounded real loud, so I took a picture because I was seeing it with my naked eyes. I couldn't see nobody in front of me, so I took a picture. I took the picture, and when I got home, I seen that energy. So it was something in front of me for sure.
Yeah, I would say definitely so.
And that's from Elms Grove Estates, y'all.
Somebody says witches or demons. Looking at the energy and the face, I would lean more towards witches. Really?
Bruja.
Yeah.
It's probably the bruja that attacked the kid. I mean, the soldier. But I told him I didn't want to take him there, and because he was cussing at me, saying that I was a piece of crap, and I was trying to scare his brothers and all this. He was coming for the new Gulf War, and he was calling me a liar. Like it was like, I think it was late, like 3 a.m. I was in my home, and he's yelling at me, calling me by my name, and I never met him before. He was telling me that I was full of crap, that I was lying to him, that I scared his brothers, that there's nothing there. And I told him, man, I don't. He said, I want you to take me to that area. It's like, you're full of shit, blah blah blah. And I said, man, you've been drinking. I don't want to take you to that area. There's definitely some bad activity there. No, I don't believe you. You're full of shit. And he's just cussing at me real ugly, you know?
Yeah.
So I said, look, man, I'm just looking out for you, just like I was looking out for your brothers. You're full of shit. Fuck you, you know. I went to combat. I said, hey, I've been to combat too, man. I'm just looking out for your brothers. I said, bullshit, take me there. And he started calling me all kinds of names. You know what? Okay, let's go. I'm just letting you know you're not ready for this. I just come back from combat. I'm ready for this, blah, blah, blah. I start walking towards the park, towards the swing set. I said, this is the farthest I'm going to go, man. I'm going to sit right here. As soon as I sit on the swing set, you could hear the bruja laughing. He could hear her laughing, and he freaked out. He turned around and looked at me. He said, you trying to set me up? I said, bro, how am I trying to set you up if you got me from my house to bring you over here? You see me talking to anybody? So you can hear a woman laughing there in the wood line already, inside the woods. Then he's like, I'm not afraid of you. And you can hear her laughing again. Like, it's making fun of him for a reason. Because, like I said, he wasn't ready for it. He was drunk. That's just
right.
spiritual opening. So I'm there sitting down, and I'm praying to Our Father, you know, because, like I said, I've dealt with it before. So this guy takes off his shirt, and he's in his boxers, barefooted. He said, I'm going in. He raises his hands up in the air, and he starts walking towards the wood line. And as soon as he gets by the edge of the wood line, he's like, ah, ah, ah. That's all you hear. I see his back moving.
No.
See him in his boxers and his he's screaming, you know? So when he turns around, he's bleeding from the neck area. He's bleeding from underneath the armpits. He's bleeding from the wrist. He's bleeding from behind his knees. He's bleeding from his freaking ankle, any jugular point. He's bleeding. He runs, grabs his freaking pants and boots, and takes off running in his boxers. Imagine that, running in his boxers, full speed, barefooted.
Did you holler? What did you learn?
Took off running. Then you could hear the wish laughing, and I said,
Wow.
"Hey, leave him alone." And I started praying to our Father, start praying against it, So freaking, I go to the house. 2 weeks pass by. 2 weeks pass by. He comes knocking on my door. He say, "Mr. Cias, I just want to apologize to you. Now I know." Wait up. So I know now that you were looking for my brother. He said, "I just want to say something to you that scared the shit out of me. So whatever is in those woods is pure evil." And I said, "Why would you say that?" He said, "Because he knew where I tried to take my life numerous times when I was in combat." He said, "All the places I was bleeding from was where I tried to cut myself to try to commit suicide."
Oh, wow.
So all the areas that he was bleeding from, what was in the woods, knew it's the what he has done in the spirit knows the spirit, what he's done in the past. So it made him bleed from all those areas. And he said, "I will not be living here no more. I'm getting the fuck out of here."
Yeah.
That's what he said. "I don't want to. I'm moving the f out of this part. I just want to say thank you." And he took off. That was the last time I seen him. He was still in the military.
Wow. Hey, you know what? You tried to warn him. He didn't want to listen. Some people are like that. They have to be shown, and they have to learn the hard way.
Well,
I seen
again, that's manifesting. They know everything. That you do. They get. When you these like again yesterday at that Ouija board, and I'm going to bring your mother in. Well, it's a demon masquerading as the mother, right? But in this case, is he's been attacked as a physical manifestation. See the it's the same thing. So these demons are, they're masquerading, when people, are doing that, seances and bringing their, you want to you want to go and hear your mother and your father talk to you and stuff. And, and the demons, they know everything. They know the voices, everything. But yeah, Abe, it shows that it's the same thing, but it's manifestation. So you have both. You have, the talking, mimicking the same voice. But then you also have a physical where he cut himself, here, wherever, with a razor blade, whatever he did. But they saw all that
all
because
his cuts opened up. Basically, where he cut himself, all the wounds opened up.
Yeah.
Wow.
By whatever was in the woods. All of them open up simultaneously.
So talking about, that's a physical manifestation of a previous wound. Wow. That's very interesting.
Yeah, it's like afterwards I kind of feel bad, but I mean, golly, what am I supposed to do? I mean, if he only knew that I was really looking out for his brothers, man. And I would get that a lot from that park, where probably people thought I had bad intentions and shit like that, but I was really looking out for everybody, my immediate neighbors, in which I lost the majority of my neighbors because his freaking dark shadow figures were coming out of the woods, going in through the walls into the homes, and I lost like six, seven of them died in their bedroom. There was this other guy that inherited the mobile home from his brother. His brother was found dead in the bed. He had a brown truck and he was always drinking beer with his little dog. I can't remember his name. Well, he died in the same bed. Then another brother came that inherited the mobile home from him, and I had to warn him. I said, "Hey, man." He was just looking at me. At first, he didn't believe me till he started experiencing something, and I said, "Oh hell no, I'm selling this." I said, I ain't gonna have the fate of my brothers." And he sold the mobile home.
Well, I mean, now that he understood exactly what was going on, and like I said, I know you tried to tell him, but some people just have to learn the hard way.
So Hyman, he's talking about a witch.
Huh?
He said, in colonial times, a general who became president of the United States, he showed up to thought he was going to stop the Bell Witch. With soldiers, the Bell Witch taught him a lesson. I don't know.
Yeah, I think there's a certain amount of
But that's the
letters
difference when you don't put Jesus Christ into the equation. You can't take care of something that's, got to do it through the Spirit. But yeah, he was insulting me real bad, man. And
Okay,
I didn't want him to go by himself, because he would have gone by himself. I don't think he would have made it out of the woods.
Right?
Because I was there to pray for him, to help him.
Wow. I don't know.
Yeah,
Some people just get out of hand. I bet the next time somebody tells him something like that, he won't argue or say, "Take me there."
You should have heard the names that he was calling me. You know how many times I would get insulted from people there? Because a lot of people knew I was sick. I had epilepsy,
Right?
and I never had epilepsy in my life. It just happened from a blow to the head when I was in the military. So man, there was this guy that was always disrespecting me, because somebody could say something to me, but I couldn't react to what they're saying. So I would just be like this. So they're insulting me in my face.
You were you had silent seizures?
Yeah, I could not respond back to
Right.
them. Like a blank stare.
Yep.
I could hear what they're saying because of the heat being out there. I could not respond to them. So it's like 2 weeks pass by, then I get a reaction of being mad from something that happened 2 weeks ago.
Wow.
So that's how bad of sick I was. That they were trying to figure out, and the medicines that they had me on wasn't working. So there was this guy that was always insulting me at the pool. He'd go up to me, get in my face, and just say all kinds of shit. And just insulting me, calling me all kinds of names. But I could never respond to the guy. So till they got me off those medicines and changed me to another medicine, then I started feeling a change, and I started feeling better. So there we are, me and my son are at the pool, and this guy would insult me every time he see me. Would insult me, but by then they already changed my meds. So I'm in the pool, and there he is with his wife and his children, and here he comes, stands right in front of me like he normally does, and he starts just insulting me in my face. So he's insulting me and just laughing about it. He turns his head around, then I stand up. And I said, so how are we going to take care of this?
Yeah.
Turns around, I'm looking at him. I said, you've insulted me for about 5 years. I said, I'm not on I'm not heavily medicated anymore. So how we're going to take care of this? You've insulted me in front of my son numerous times. So how about me and you just let's walk out of this pool and we're going to handle it man to man. And he grabbed his shit and he took off like a bia, bitch. With his family, took off, right? So I have brother Steve. Brother Steve is a preacher. Uh, ordained, the one that was telling you that his grandfather was affiliated with the what do you call them? Oh, we're talking about them yesterday. The cult, not cult, the Masons, Freemasons.
Mason. Oh, okay. Yeah.
So brother Steve is like, hey, one day I was with him, and he said, I want to introduce you to a good friend of mine. He said he's a preacher, and I looked at him. It was the same dude that insulted me for 5 years.
Oh gosh, now he's
I
a preacher.
figure if he was a preacher, they instead of insulting me, he would at least pray for me, right?
Right.
So it was coming at me in a negative way. So when I looked at him and I told him, I think we've met before, brother Steve. That guy just looked down and looked away. Didn't
Yeah.
say nothing to me.
Wow.
Maybe he wasn't. Maybe he wasn't a preacher when you first met him, and he was acting like that. And then when he met you again, and he was already a preacher, he was embarrassed because of the way he treated
No,
you.
no. He said he was a preacher that he goes to the same church as him.
Oh. Well,
See, those people from the office where I live, they like spreading rumors and all kinds of shit. So only God knows what the hell they done said about me. You know, when they're just trying to find a way to get me to leave that area. Maybe they knew the things that I was going through. I
yeah.
don't know. It's just it's fucked up.
Yeah. I mean,
If I wouldn't have had a son, I mean, I love my son. If my son just let me rephrase that. If I would have been a single person living in that park and I had nobody to take care of, no responsibilities, that dude would have been hurt immediately. That's all I can say. So he lucky that my son was with me because he would have been seriously injured, you know. Because I don't play around like that, you know. Somebody comes at me in a negative way, I'll take care of them, you know.
right. Well, you got to defend yourself, you know?
Yeah,
I mean, that's a lot of what's wrong today. You try to defend yourself, and then you're in the wrong for defending yourself. I mean,
yeah. There was something definitely wrong with it, dude. You know, it's like, man, I would say to myself, does he disrespect me the way he does when he don't even know me? He don't know me. He don't talk to me. You know, why does he disrespect me like this? I'm
I
a
know how.
single father raising my son, and he's disrespecting my son. Remembers all this shit, you know.
Yeah.
And I tell my son, don't worry about what happened in the past. The past, son. There's, he's got short patience. You know, my son. You know, not short patience, but I tell him you need to maintain your love foundation. That's the best advice to give him. Maintain your love foundation.
Right.
Some dude at his work messing with him, was being rude to him. So I said, so what's his name? As a father, you want to go take care of business, especially if he's an older guy. I said, well, what's his name? Let me see if I can go talk to him. But then it's his job. It's just people. Some people are just assholes.
Well, and then when it comes to your children, I think that the you don't think before you react because they're your kids, and it's your job to protect them. So, I
It
remember
hurt.
one,
Yeah,
huh?
it hurts. It hurts.
Yeah. I remember one night I was in Waco with my daughter, and we had gone to this place just to go shoot pool, and there were these little gangsters in there, and my daughter went to take a shot. She went to pull the cue back, and
Mm-hmm.
the guy was walking too close behind her, and she hit him. Well, this guy bowed up to my daughter, okay, and I said, "Oh no, hell no." So I grabbed a pull stick and I got in between them, and I looked at him and I said, "Why don't you pick on somebody your own size? I'll be damned if you're going to lay a hand on my daughter. You and all your little buddies here. Let's go outside." And they were like, dude, it's okay, man. Just no. Because I'd have taken that pull stick and beat him. That is my kid. And
Yeah.
no matter how old they get, they're your kid. I mean,
And,
it's a
uh,
normal
uh,
reaction,
yeah, I was like, "What's the guy's name, son? Let me look him up on Facebook."
right? What's his name?
Yeah, that's my son. That's my only son.
Yeah,
My son. That's my only son. You mess with my son, then got to protect the bloodline, the
yeah.
next kin. He's gonna make me a grandpa one day. Well, I'm
Jaime,
already grandpa through my stepson, but you know,
right. Jaime was talking. Oh, I think Jaime was also talking about that guy that was up here last night with you, with you guys.
the one that say that it was. I think it was reading the chat where people were saying he was drunk.
I,
But yeah, Sister Brenda, I went through a lot of crap there at the mobile home park. Me, I didn't want to say. I didn't want to get no arguments with nobody. I didn't want to say nothing to nobody because
right.
if I did that, then they're gonna get me in trouble with the office.
Well, Toddy remembered you, and she said that she thought you were a really nice guy. You used to play basketball with the
Yeah,
boys, and yeah,
yeah. Then one time she was telling me that she was real hungry, and I said, "Hey, if y'all need something, if y'all, uh, come over, talk to my sister. My sister lived with me and said, well, if we got food, you can have food." One time she said she was hungry. Oh no, she was just telling me about what she went through or something like that. Something dealing with there was times that she had nothing to eat and stuff like that.
oh yeah, when she was with her mom.
Yeah, dealing with her mom,
Yeah,
and that scars any child, and I
yeah.
don't know. I didn't know that they were going through all that.
I know we wanted to take both of them and let them live with us. Um, I had a 3 bedroom at the time, and Dimitri had one room, and Toddy could have had the other. But Dimitri came and stayed with us, but Toddy went ahead and stayed there with her grandma because she didn't want to leave her grandma. So she was okay with her grandma as long as her mom didn't have her.
Yeah, I remember her grandma. Uh, they kind of resembled each other,
Yeah.
big time.
Yep.
Because I remember them going to the pool all the time. But yeah, they grew up with my nephews. That's how I know them. And I'll be playing basketball with all the kids, and making sure that there was some troublemakers that tried to come there one time. They had backpacks with guns, and we told them not to come back. You know,
Yeah.
they were coming from going into the little Elms Grove, trying to start problems there, and we ran them off.
Yeah.
Me and my brother-in-law, we told them, "Hey, don't come with that with stuff like that over here."
Too many kids there.
But yeah, I had to look up for the children, for my son, my nephews, my nieces. There was one time that I was going to the bus stop because the bus stop I was walking to the bus stop to go get my son. And then I could hear some girls screaming, and they're saying, "Help! Help! Help us! Help us!" So I take off running. I see a white car and a guy trying to pull in one of the girls inside the vehicle. I go over there and it's like running fast, and he sees me close the door. He starts taking off, and I punch the freaking window and cracks, and he freaking hauls ass in the car. He was trying to take one of the girls. We
Yeah.
call the cops and stuff. I smashed the shit out of that window. Got broken, and I think they busted him the same day. They busted him. He was trying to kidnap another girl over there by the Ira Cross, and the other we get the Ira Cross, but the where all the where they send the trouble kids to, the school that was right there by Sephora.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
I know what you're talking
they
about.
busted that guy over there. He had a white car. He was trying to take another girl from school. She was walking to school.
Did they ever catch him? Oh,
Yeah, they caught him.
good.
We have it in the report of how the car looked and everything. I just couldn't get the license plate number, But I smashed the crap out of that window, cracked it. So I say, yeah, he's got a cracked window on the driver's side because I hit it. I was trying to, capture him.
Wow. Mm-mm.
Yeah.
It's this area, man. God.
Most of the kids that I knew who I was because, I have my son, they knew my nephews and nieces, but I was always looking out for everybody there. Anything fishy or crazy happening, I was
Hey,
there.
with as much crazy stuff that goes on here, I'm waiting to be sitting here one day and a bullet come through my wall.
Right.
It's like, oh my gosh, I just can't anymore. And now I don't know where this person came from, but I guess they moved somebody in. So now when he leaves early in the morning, you hear his stereo. You don't hear the song that's playing. All you hear is his bass. And it is so loud that it just
Wow.
rattles everything in the house. And then apparently on the way home from work, he does the same thing when he comes in. It's like, oh man. I was
Yeah.
young once. God, was I that annoying?
Yeah, I've seen I moved to Temple and I was living in an apartment complex right across the mall. And me and my wife had gone to this, well, at the time we're just boyfriend and girlfriend, gone to the store buy some waters, right? So it was midnight. She was asleep already. And I said, hey, babe, I'm going to go get the waters. She said, you can wait till tomorrow and get it in the morning. And I said, no, I'm just want to go get them. Something told me to go get the waters. So I go downstairs, open up the trunk. But as soon as I opened the trunk, on my water, I had because we're gone fishing. So on top of the water, there was what do you call it? A knife that you fillet the fish with.
Yeah.
So as soon as I open the door, I hear somebody stumbling, like in the next apartment complex. I see somebody running, and I hear somebody yelling, help me. And I'm looking, and I just see like a blur, and it's a girl. She's running, African American. And then I see this guy, tall guy, black guy, hitting her in the back of the head. No, he's
Oh,
hitting her, and she's yelling, help me. And I say, hey man, leave her alone. And freaking, he's ignoring me, and he's still punching her. So as I got the trunk open, the freaking knife is right there, and I look at the knife, I look at the guy. So it crossed my mind to grab the knife and just, you know, handle the guy.
right.
But I closed the trunk instead, left the knife in there, and I go up, say, hey man, leave her alone, and freaking I get in the middle, and she take a this girl is running naked.
Oh, geez.
She runs upstairs screaming, crying, and I get right in front of the freaking steps, and I told her, you're not gonna go up there, man. Supposedly this guy was supposed to be the baby's daddy or whatever, and then all the other people start coming out, and they're like, it was like 4 or 5 people, and they're like, "Hey, you need to leave. You need to leave." And somebody's calling the cops, and he takes off running. Uh, the cops show up, and she comes back downstairs. This time she's got clothes on, and she's got a little baby in his diapers, you know. And I was like, they were writing a report, and she gave me the baby, and I was holding the little baby, you know. And then my wife was asleep; she didn't even know all these things was happening. So you know, they made me write a report what happened. Then gave her the baby, and then I just went upstairs, and I was like, I guess God wanted me to be down here for a reason, you know, because I could have waited to get the waters in the morning, but something told me to go back out there to get the waters. So I told my wife what happened, and then as we get in the car the following day, the girl is sitting on the steps on the bottom of the steps with her baby, and she got a smile on her face, and she says, "Thank you for last night. I really appreciate it." You know, and I had already told my wife what had happened and stuff, but yeah, I've been in things like that always happen. You know, it's dealing with a spiritual balance. You know,
Yeah.
about what you're gonna do. What are you gonna do? You're gonna pick up? Are you really gonna pick up that fillet knife and fillet him? What are you gonna do? You know, it was right there in front of me. I didn't. I put it up as I closed the hatch. I did take the water, by the way, afterwards upstairs. But yeah, you never know what you're gonna run into. It's just what you're gonna do
Right.
about it. You know, are you gonna leave an opening for this unseen forces to attack? Or are you gonna
Yeah.
maintain your love foundation? What are you gonna do? How are you gonna handle it?
And I think
It's all
it also depends on the situation, though. You
yeah,
know.
yeah. If I had to, I would have put him to sleep. If he
Yeah.
would have gotten belligerent or swing at me, I would have put him to sleep. Put him on a chokehold till the cops got there.
Wow.
But nowadays, you don't know. If he was a minor, then I'd probably get in trouble.
I know, right?
But if he would have hit me first, then I would have had the right to defend myself.
Yeah, that is absolutely true. Do you know that we have been on here for 4.5 hours?
I know. I looked at. Well, I haven't
Oh
been,
wow!
but I'm about beat. I think I'm about had it.
All right, brother Scott.
Dog man, got to go to sleep.
Oh man, can't go to sleep. Doesn't that get hot on your head?
No, it's not too bad because it's like silk.
Oh, okay.
You know, it's the thing of it. This is when you're riding a motorcycle. You know
Yeah.
that's what it's for, and you have goggles on. So these people dress up. You know, they have cats and dogs, and this
Yeah.
is supposedly a wolf, and they have the goggles on their motorcycle. You know, can you imagine?
All you got to do is buy yourself a wagging tail, brother Scott.
I got the pussy cap for that one. But
Yeah.
these like
Get up.
driving. I mean, it's kind of funny, because I saw some promos or something like that, and they got the girl in the back of the motorcycle, right, and she's got this cat mask, the goggles, and she's like, it's really cute. All right, I'm gonna sign off. So
All right,
I guess
brother
I'll
Scott.
see you tomorrow. Thank you very much, everybody. Everybody on the chat, Brenda, Abe, thank you.
Good night.
Thank you for jumping on.
All
Good
right,
night,
good
brother
night.
Scott.
Good night. Thanks. Bye bye.
You want to drop your link, Sister Brenda, before we go? For anybody wants to follow
Yeah.
Sister Brenda, Beyond the Box. When are you going to go live, Sister Brenda?
Friday night and then next Monday night.
Friday and Monday.
And then I don't know. Then I don't know after that because we're I'm doing some different shows with another co-host. So
Oh,
it'll be me and Susie on Friday night. Oh, that's weird. Huh. What on earth is that all about? Okay. Um, it'll be Susie and I on Friday night, and then Chad and I on Monday night. So
Ah, so you got a different co-host.
yeah, I actually have Susie, Sherry, and now we've got Chad. Sherry's been off for a while because she's been sick. She came back last Friday.
Oh, I
So
see.
yeah, and then Chad, he's a good guy. He really is. And he's a digger and does research like you would not believe. So I
Really?
had a meeting with him about the shows and what we could do. Boy, he had a list of things that will last us for shows for another year. I was like,
Wow,
wow, yeah,
that's good. That's
interesting
good.
stuff. So I'm excited to see how it's going to go, and you know what'll all happen.
Well, I appreciate you jumping on here and help. You, Scott Baker, those that jump on here. Y'all know cousin Jesse's recuperating and stuff like that. I paid a little bit of tribute. Played the video of him and stuff
Yeah, I said
today.
you got me with that one. I seen it earlier. I was like, oh my gosh, you guys went early. I missed it. And
And for
Jesse
those
was
that
like,
missed the shirt, here we go. Let me share the shirt before.
that's right, the werewolf shirt.
Yeah, look at
Yeah.
that. I think yeah, werewolf shirt.
Mm. Well, it was it was nice to have Jesse come on and say hi to everybody.
Yeah,
That's always nice when he can do that. We all miss him, so it'll be nice when he gets back. Then you don't have to worry about all of us crazy people coming up here with you.
somebody said the post got me too. Yeah, everybody thought it was cousin Jesse. Well, it was him technically,
Yes, it was.
but it was I just placed his story. So like that, when Werewolf Wednesday comes, I want to try to everyone that he's spoken about. I want to upload it so like that I can play it.
Yeah, that's a good idea. I mean,
Yeah,
he is definitely part of Werewolf Wednesday.
yeah.
So yeah, it it was good. It was good to hear him tonight. And he does sound like he's doing a lot better. So,
Yes.
but yeah, when you posted that, I seen it and I started to cry. I was like, oh my gosh, look, he is so much better. Look at him. You go, Jesse.
Yeah, he'll become better. He just takes time.
Oh yeah, I was thinking to myself, wow, he got so good already. He did better than I did. It took me a little while.
It's always good to play something like that for
Yeah.
to motivate, motivate yourself. You know, we all been through something, but
Oh yeah.
we're always going to have that extra motivation to try to do our best to become better.
Right. And I mean, I completely understand what he's going through because I've been there. Same exact thing.
Somebody
So
says, "Mr. Scooby laugh and snacks." Yeah, he's pretty
yes,
good at the Scooby laugh.
yes,
But actually, he's pretty good at a lot of imitations, and he was good at the songs. Remember
yeah,
when we have the we're going a marathon of different songs,
yeah,
oldies, and he'll be saying all the songs, and yeah,
yeah. He'll be all right though. He will get better and he'll be back in no time. So, but all
yes,
right, Abe. Well, I will let you wrap it up,
okay,
and I'll say good night to everybody, and God bless, and have a good day. And Abe, we will see you probably later on tonight.
Yeah. We got open mic night again. Oh boy,
Yeah.
open mic night. See what we talk about.
Well, maybe nobody will be drunk tonight.
Maybe politics will be out of the equation.
There you go. There you go. All right, Ben. I will see you later, Abe.
Good night
Good
or good
night.
morning.
Yeah, that too.
Well, for those that tune into Werewolf Wednesday, it's been a long night. I want to say thank you for those that tune in here on Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. Uh, continuous prayers for my cousin Jesse. Continuous prayers for Sister Nellie Turner. Uh, I'm going to pray for before we go here in Spiritual and Cryptid Encounters. If there's anybody doing any witchcraft or necromancy, to Sister Nellie Turner, we're protecting her right now with heavenly spiritual crosses from head to toe, especially where she's injured. If there's any form of witchcraft or necromancy, we tie, bind, and rebuke it in Jesus Christ's name, for it to remain with the sender. We call upon the Heavenly Father to send the Holy Spirit, the heavenly angels, to do a clean sweep of Sister Nellie's vessel and of her immediate surroundings. And again, we tie, bind, and rebuke in Jesus Christ's name any form of witchcraft or necromancy. You're not allowed. You're not accepted. Be gone. And for her to heal to the fullest. Just we pray in Jesus Christ's name. Amen. Everything will be all right. Good night, brothers and sisters, moderators, Brother Scott, Sister Brenda, for everybody that tuned in, that was kept the chat going here. Good night, everybody. God bless you all. Love, light, and blessings. And always remember to always maintain your Heavenly Love Foundation. You're never alone. Jesus Christ is always with you. All you have to do is call upon Him. But it's very important to maintain your Heavenly Love Foundation daily, brothers and sisters. Can't give the enemy any power through fear, anger, believing in other things. Have to forgive. Can't have vengeance in your heart. But maintain your Heavenly Love Foundation daily. The Heavenly Father will bless you spiritually with the spiritual good discernment by forgiving. And saying that, good night, everybody. This is Brother Apesius, Sorensius signing off for Spiritual Encrypted Encounters. Everybody have a beautiful morning and a blessed day.